The Excellency, Vice Rector of Administration and Finance, University of Darussalam Gontor, Al-Ustad Dr. Setiawan bin Lahuri M.A. The Excellency, Vice Rector of Cooperation Research Community Services and Alumni, University of Darussalam Gontor, Al-Ustad Dr.Khoirul Umam M.Ec. The Excellency, the Executive Director, Department of Shariah Economics and Finance, Central Bank of Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Muhammad Anwar Bashori. The Honorable Professor of Comparative Economic History and Islamic Finance at Presidential Finance Office, Institute of Islamic Economics, Marmara University, Istanbul, and Karatai University, Turkey, Professor Dr. Murat Çizakça. The Honorable, the International Center for Education and Islamic Finance, Malaysia, Associate Professor Dr. Magda Ismail Abdul Mohsin, and respectable all of audiences. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu'alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. International Waqf Training at University of Darussalam Gontor, Tuesday, 23rd of March 2021. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, for seeking mercy and blessing of Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, and for the success of our agenda, let's listen the recitation of the Holy Quran, which will be recited by our brother Khalik Yuswaril Azmi. He will be reciting the Holy Quran, Surah Ali Imran, verse 13 to 14.
Assalamu'alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A'udzu billahi minasy syaithanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Qad kana lakum ayatun fi fi'atayn iltaqata fi'atun tuqatilu fi sabilillah wa ukhra kafiratun yarawnahum mislaihim ra'yal ayn wallahu yu'ayyidu binasrihi man yasha' inna fi dzalika la'ibratan liulil absar. Zuyyina lin-nasi hubbus syahawati minan nisa'i wal banina wal qanatiril muqantarah والقناطير المقنطرة من الذهب والفضة والخيل المسومة والأنعام والحرث ذلك متاع الحياة الدنيا wallahu indahu husnul ma'ab. Sadaqallahul azim. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
us open our agenda by reciting Al-Basmalah, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, singing the national anthem Indonesia Raya, and followed by Hymne Oh Pondoku. Welcome speech from the Executive Director, Department of Shariah Economics and Finance, Central Bank of Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Muhammad Anwar Bashori.
and Finance.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Your Honor, Dr. Setiawan bin Lahuri, M.A., Vice Rector, University of Darussalam, Gontor. Distinguished speakers, Professor Dr. Murat, Associate Dr. Magda Ismail Amukshin, honorable training participants, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamu'alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, allow me to start this remark by inviting all of us to praise Allah SWT, God Almighty, most gracious and merciful, with His blessing and permission. Only we can assemble this afternoon to participate in online and international training on Waqaf. Salawat and salam are conveyed to Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, the leader of all prophets, who has brought of us from the darkness to the best light. Allow me to congratulate to the joint committee of ICAST, UNIDA Gontor, and my colleagues from Department of Islamic Economic and Finance Bank Indonesia, who have been tirelessly organizing this event. I would also like to express the appreciation and my sincere gratitude to the honorable who have come to share their expertise in point of view. It is truly a great pleasure for me to have welcome all this event. I'm truly hope that this event will be a real contribution in upgrading knowledge and competency of the current and Awqaf manager in order to optimize the role of Awqaf to the economic development as well as the development of Ummah. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Islam is a winning spirit in promoting economic justice and equality through the implementation of economic distribution mechanism through Islamic finance. Islamic finance does not only consist of Islamic principles to be fulfilled, such as the prohibition of interest, ambiguity, gambling, unfairness, and injustice, but also consists of encouragement to foster the economic activities, empowering the less developed sector and engagement of social sector. To achieve such goals, the role of social finance instruments such as zakat, infak, sedekah, and awqaf is crucial. On the Islamic social finance perspective, instrument named Awqaf is very important to support economic development. Specifically, the existence of Awqaf contributes in broadening the basis of national action through servicing the low-income society with no adequate material and lack capacity to gain appropriate financial access. Awqaf, which overlook of funds, could complement government effort in achieving equitable development by providing equal opportunities on the community. Indonesia has tremendous Awqaf potential, but has not optimized yet. According to the recent data, the potential of Cash-Waqf Indonesia reached up to 180 trillion rupiah per year, while the realization is only at 30 billion per year. The majority of Awqaf assets are used for religious, education, social purpose, and yet utilized for productive purpose. Indeed, productive Awqaf has a great role in empowering the community that in the end could improve the economic welfare of the community. The income generated from its productive activities is returned to the community, enabling them to be independent in terms of economic, education, and health. Through professional management, productive Awqaf would enhance national efficiency, accelerating economic development, and strengthening national financial system stability. Bank Indonesia put a great concern on the development of Islamic social finance in Indonesia. In our blueprint of the development of Islamic economy and finance, Islamic social finance is one of the focus and the pillar of Islamic financial deepening. In this pillar, Bank Indonesia strives to develop Islamic social finance through strengthening the instrument, regulation, infrastructure, institution, and expanding to the investor base. The integration of the commercial finance and social finance is also expected to increase the share of Islamic finance and to optimize its contribution to the economic growth. One of the most important key in the development of Awqaf sector is the role of the Nazir Waqaf manager. One of the most important key in the development Waqaf sector is the role of Nazir Waqaf manager. Nazir is required to be able to maintain, manage, and protect to asset Awqaf properly for the sustainability of the benefit of Awqaf. Nazir Awqaf manager must be competent and professional to maintain the objective and optimize the utilization of Awqaf. The lack of knowledge of Nazir could cause the lack of creativity and competence in managing Awqaf. Therefore, it is necessary to train and build the capacity of Nazir, as we are holding today, to create the professional and competent Nazir. Through this training, we believe that we could shift the paradigm, the traditional Nazir with solely based much on trust, expanding to the professional Nazir with based on the competency and skill. Having the knowledge and development of Waqaf from other Muslim countries will benefit for Indonesia Awqaf Nazir, so they can take other innovative idea and experience from other countries with its good in concept, also in practice, to be replicated in Indonesia. The true prominent speaker in this training come from to develop countries in Islamic economic and finance, Malaysia and Turkey. We could hope the best innovative idea and practice will be shared to us here in the international Awqaf training. This training is expected to improve the competence and skill of Nazir candidate or practitioner and observer of Awqaf, as well as improving the performance in the effort to develop national Awqaf sector. At last, we hope that the role of Awqaf sector in the economy can be optimized and the benefit can be felt by the community by making the real contribution to the development of the community welfare. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, at the final note, we would like to express our sincere gratitude to ICAST UNIDA Gontor for organizing this important event and ensuring the smooth running of the event. On behalf of Bank Indonesia, I would also like to extend appreciation for your commitment in contributing to the development of Awqaf sector in Indonesia. To all prominent speakers and participants, I would like to say thank you for your time, effort, and enthusiasm. Finally, we have a nice, productive, and fruitful discussion in this prestigious event. Thank you. Wassalamu'alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Welcoming speech from Vice Rector of Administration and Finance, University of Darussalam Gontor, alongside Dr. Setiawan bin Lahuri M.A.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahilladzi bi ni'matihi tatimmus shalihat wa bi 'afwihi wa karamihi tukaffaru dzunub wa sayyi'at. Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah wa ashhadu anna Muhammadan abduhu wa rasuluh. Allahumma salli ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali sayyidina Muhammad. Amma ba'd. Assalamu'alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, our special guest in this Waqaf training, Professor Murat Çizakça from Marmara University, Associate Professor Magda Ismail Mohsin from Malaysia, and our special guest, Bapak Muhammad Anwar Bashori from Islamic Department of Islamic Economic and Finance, Bank Indonesia, and our participant in this day on behalf of University of Darussalam Gontor. First, I would like to welcome especially our distinguished guest, Professor Murat Çizakça. I still remember that in the end of 2019, I went to Marmara University, but it was unlucky that Prof. Murat Çizakça is still in Kuala Lumpur, that I can meet them. Now, Alhamdulillah, in this occasion, conducted by ICAST and Bank Indonesia, we can discuss and meet with Professor Murat Çizakça. Our distinguished guests and all participants. Firstly, please allow me to introduce our institution, Pondok Modern Darussalam Gontor and University of Darussalam Gontor, especially to Prof. Murat Çizakça. Prof. Murat and Associate Prof. Magda Ismail, our university and our institution is Waqf institution. It is fully private university. Gontor is education institution was established in 1926, and the university was established in 1963, and now we have 10 faculty within 20 department, and we have all over 30,000 of students and in university level and in a high level of student. When we are starting our institution, we have only 1.5 hectare of the land, and now Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin, we can improve, we can expand, and we can make our land is more over, and now Alhamdulillah we have more than 1,600 hectare of land in all of area in Indonesia. And once again, it is a Waqf institution. We have learned more from many university in Turkey that a university is funded by Waqf. So we want to we want to learn some more from our distinguished guests from Marmara, Prof. Murat Çizakça. Finally, on behalf of University of Darussalam Gontor, we want to say our appreciation to Prof. Murat Çizakça and Prof. Magda Ismail for joining us in this international seminar, and our Bapak Anwar Bashori, and is always supporting us for this agenda, and all participants in this agenda. We discuss this time, and we hope that it has come with many listen for us, and it's come with us with many barakah insyaallah. Aqulu qawli hadza. Assalamu'alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
let's welcome our moderator on this happy day, Mr. Alfred Pedro, and then we leave the event to the moderator.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Innal hamdalillah nasta'inuhu wa nastaghfiruh min shururi anfusina wa min sayyiati a'malina. Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah wa ashhadu anna Muhammadan 'abduhu wa rasuluh. Assalamu'alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Excellencies, Honorable Rectors and Vice Rectors of University Darussalam Gontor, Excellencies, Honorable Mr. Anwar Bashori M.Phil, Director of Department of Islamic Economic and Finance, Central Bank of Republic of Indonesia, Excellencies, Honorable Distinguished Trainer, Professor Dr. Murat Çizakça, Professor of Comparative Economic and Financial History, Islamic Economics and Finance at Marmara University and Karatai University, Turkey. As also, Excellencies, Honorable Distinguished Trainer, Associate Professor Dr. Magda Ismail, Associate Professor at International Center for Education in Islamic Finance in SIP, Malaysia. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues and friends, welcome to International Awqaf Training of ICAST UNIDA Gontor. In cooperation with Department of Islamic Economic and Finance, Central Bank of Republic of Indonesia. My name is Alfred Pedro. I am one of Training and Empowerment of Awqaf Trustees Division ICAST UNIDA Gontor as moderator in this bright opportunity. This training will be divided to two sessions. At the first, will be trained by Professor Murat Çizakça, and after that, break for 30 minutes, and will be continued to the second trainer, Associate Professor Dr. Magda Ismail Abdel Musin. Okay, at the first trainer, will be deferred to Professor Murat Çizakça according to Esham as an alternative to Sukuk. Before that, we will give the introduction about this term. Esham actually is not new instrument in Islamic finance. In the Islamic world, Islam is the past became the part of fiscal policy by the Ottoman Empire in the year 1775. It had been used to mobilize funds from the public in a relatively short time. Esham proved effective for the Ottoman Empire to a massive amount of money from the public and rapidly. In order to revive Esham in modern era, especially in addressing the gap of Sukuk, the one time likely we would hear and learn about Esham as an alternative to Sukuk immediately from Honorable Expert Professor Murat Çizakça. The time we gave you for 60 minutes for training and 30 minutes for Q&A. Thank you, the time for use.
Assalamu'alaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can, Prof.
Okay. Assalamu'alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam
Waalaikumsalam.
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
I thank you for inviting me to this very important meeting. And I thank particularly to Brother Setiawan bin Lahuri for introducing me. And I would like to talk about a very important topic today. But there is a problem because I'm hearing myself delay. So I wonder if I should
Can hear your sound, Prof. But the sound is not clearly.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, it is clear, bro. Yeah, it is better.
Okay, it's so clear.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Since my former student, of whom I am very proud, Associate Professor Dr. Magda, will be talking about Awqaf in general, I will talk today about a major danger that is waiting in the background for Awqafs. But before that, I want to say a few words. Every Muslim believes that the Quran is the word of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So, but his words in the Quran are in the form of general principles. If we all want to apply those principles in our everyday life, of course, because we believe that if we are able to, then we will be on the correct path. The problem is that those principles and ideas expressed in the Quran are abstract ideas. They are not designed for everyday application. And what translates those ideas into everyday application are institutions. So institutions assume an extremely important role in Islamic civilization because it is the institutions.
Professor, pardon me.
Yes.
Could you share the screen share for the presentation from to ease the participant to understand about your presentation? Thank you.
How do I don't. How am I supposed to do that?
Or maybe you can send
sharing.
the file maybe to us.
Oh, you want me to send the file to you? I have to. Okay, I have to wait a minute. I have to do that by going to email. I have to get out of this template.
Okay, it's mean there's not screen presentation, screen share.
I have the file in another computer here,
Okay,
which
maybe
I can send to you, but I have to get out of this.
Okay, never mind. Maybe
Yeah,
we will continue it. Pardon me.
What I can do is to send it to you after I finish with this session. I can do that.
Okay,
I continue
Prof.
now?
Yes. Maybe we can continue about this agenda. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Now, so I was talking about the importance of institutions because it is through the institutions which we can apply the basic principles of the Quran into everyday life. And therefore, which means that if we have the correct institutions, if we can design the correct institutions, then we can be on the correct path. So one of these institutions, one of the most important institutions in Islamic civilization, have been the Waqfs for centuries. And the origin of Waqfs in the Islamic world go all back to the time of the Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Now, the problem with the modern Waqf emerged in the year 2016 when the Secretary General of the Awqaf New Zealand addressed to the participants of the World Islamic Forum an idea, a proposal to establish a Waqf with Sukuk. So suddenly we have a new problem. This is the establishment of a Waqf with Sukuk and establishment and financing of a Waqf with Sukuk. The purpose being the borrowing of large sums from the public. So in what follows, I intend to examine this synthesis from both Shariah and financial perspectives, and then suggest another alternative, a synthesis of Waqf and Esham. Such an examination is becoming ever more urgent as this trend is now gaining traction in Islamic finance. But first, the essential components of the synthesis, Waqf and Sukuk, need to be explained, followed by that of the recommended Esham. As I said before, since Waqf is going to be explained in the next presentation by Dr. Magda, I don't need to go detailed into its modus operandi. So I will say briefly that the classical Waqf used to be established by a wealthy individual who donated his wealth, his own accumulated wealth, usually in the form of real estate, for a charitable purpose of his or her choice. When made a Waqf, the estate was considered to have become Allah's property, and the rent it generated was used for the purpose of Waqf. In short, a privately owned asset was donated in perpetuity for charity. Centuries later, and after long debates, Ottomans introduced and legitimized Cash-Waqfs during the 15th and 16th centuries. So it became possible to establish a Waqf with cash as its initial capital. This had momentous consequences, as it paved the way for small savers to participate in charity. Indeed, with small savers making modest cash donations to existing Waqfs, bulk of the society could now be involved in charity. In the early 20th century, another evolution took place, and establishment of Waqfs with shares of joint stock companies was also permitted. These developments altogether laid the groundwork for the emergence of crowdfunding in the 21st century Waqf affairs. It's precisely this method of finance that Awqaf New Zealand aims at. While at first, as a first impression, this looks like an excellent idea, the problem with the New Zealand project is that they are planning to raise their initial cash capital with Sukuk. Why this would lead to serious legitimacy problems will become clear, not only legitimacy but also functioning problems will become clear only after a proper understanding of Sukuk. So let me say a few words about Sukuk now. For all practical purposes, Sukuk is an instrument for borrowing large amounts of cash from the public. In its most popular form, Sukuk al-Ijara, a triple transaction known as sale, rent, repurchase, takes place. In a nutshell, the modus operandi of a Sukuk involves the sale of an asset, its lease back by the previous owner from the new owner, payment of the rent to the investors to reward them for their investment, repurpose of the assets, and finally, redemption of the Sukuk certificates by paying back to investors their initial capital investment. All of this boils down, I know it sounds a bit complicated, but it boils down to the issuer borrowing money from the public and then paying it back at a certain during the time that the issuer keeps borrowed monies, investors are paid a rent to reward them for lending their cash. In short, what we have here is credit transaction rendered Islamically acceptable by substituting interest with rent. For the purposes of this article, this presentation, the crucial question is how exactly can this process be utilized for establishing a Waqf? How indeed can institutions of Waqf and Sukuk be merged? Security Commission of Malaysia claims to have found the answer. The modus operandi that they have designed can be depicted as follows. First, a Waqf issues Sukuk and investors provide capital when they buy these Sukuk certificates. Thus, the Waqf raises the capital that needed. Two, Sukuk proceeds constituting the initial capital of the Waqf are used for development of Waqf assets, such as fee-paying universities, hospitals, or as in the case of Awqaf New Zealand, livestock. Third, intermediary institutions are appointed to manage these assets. Four, project generates income. Five, issuer distributes periodic profit to Sukuk holders and investors. Now, what is omitted in this otherwise simple modus operandi is the redemption of the Sukuk certificates. Sukuk are generally known as Islamic bonds, and like any other bond, they represent debt which must be paid back at maturity. If Sukuk certificates are utilized to raise capital for establishing a Waqf, this leads to a huge problem. Indeed, when Sukuk certificates reach maturity at a certain date, each investor must be paid back his or her principal This means that Waqf's capital will be depleted entirely. So we will end up having a Waqf in name only, without any capital. For all practical purposes, this will mean the death of the Waqf. But Waqf is supposed to be perpetual. Indeed, we have ample evidence about Waqf's death that have survived for centuries all over the Islamic world. Malaysian Securities Commission states several Sukuk types, such as Sukuk Ijara, Sukuk Wakala, Bi'al Istismar, Sukuk Murabaha, etc., etc. But the difficult question of what happens to the Waqf when redeeming the Sukuk certificates is omitted in all these cases. In the next page, the Commission has formally expressed its doubts about the formation of a Waqf with Sukuk by asking the following questions. First, whether Waqf assets can be used as underlying assets in Sukuk structuring. In other words, whether Waqf assets can be used to structure a Sukuk. Two, whether temporary sale of Waqf assets, a temporary sale of Waqf assets under a sale, leaseback, repurchase, Ijara structure is permissible. Three, whether it is permissible to use income derived from the Waqf assets as collateral for purposes of raising financing. So the Malaysian Securities Commission has doubts, well-expressed doubts. And these doubts are expressed in the form of, they have been expressed in the form of these three questions. Well, I will answer these questions as follows. First, Waqf assets cannot be used as underlying in Sukuk structuring for the reason that when the time comes to redeem the Sukuk certificates, Waqf capital will be depleted. Two, regarding whether this sale, rent, and repurchase procedure is permitted, yes, there is a huge historical precedence for this particular question. Thousands of Ottoman cash-waqfs have applied sale, leaseback, repurchase process, which was known as Istiglal, for centuries. This was not, however, a straightforward process. Ottoman jurists debated for more than a century the legality of Istiglal, and the practice was legitimized only by the Sultan. The relevance of all this for modern Islamic finance is that the legitimacy of Istiglal, which constitutes the heart of all current Sukuk al-Ijara transactions, is dubious. It has always been considered dubious throughout history by the ulama. In the 20th century, however, an important progress was achieved with the introduction of Waqf of stocks early in the century. Cash-Waqfs have evolved, and they no longer need to resort to this dubious Ba'il Istiglal. But that's another topic. As for the third final question that the Commission asked in Kuala Lumpur, Waqf assets can certainly not be used as collateral for raising Sukuk finance. For this is tantamount to putting at risk Waqf assets and will not be permitted. To sum up, the Malaysian Securities Commission was correct to have doubts about merging Sukuk and Waqfs. While the first and the third questions must be clearly answered negatively, the second one also is difficult to answer affirmatively because of all the debate that took place among the Ottoman ulama. In short, these are all tough questions and demonstrate clearly the difficulties of establishing a waqf through sukuk issuance. So surely sukuk, any type of sukuk that must be paid back at maturity, cannot be a proper instrument for establishing a waqf. This is so, not only because of difficulties of merger just mentioned, but also because sukuk itself is by no means a perfect instrument for Islamic finance. I will refer to a now great authority on Islamic finance after explaining in detail how sukuk violates some important principles of Islamic finance in order to imitate conventional finance. One of the most important contemporary authorities on Islamic jurisprudence and the president of the WAFI Sharia Council, Muhammad Taqi Osmani, confirmed this as follows. I quote him now. If Sharia supervisory boards have tolerated such mafasid, he calls it mafasid, I repeat, if Sharia supervisory boards have tolerated such mafasid, irregularities, when sukuk began to be issued, and at a time Islamic financial institutions were few in number, the time has now come to revisit the matter and to rid sukuk from such blemishes. So this is said by the head of the president of the WAFI Sharia Council. So we have a very serious problem with sukuk even of its own, without being merged with waqf. So I would prefer to take a step further than Taqi Osmani, and stop using sukuk altogether while establishing a waqf for development purposes. Instead, I would urge to use Esham for the purpose of raising the initial capital for a waqf. So I need to describe now the modus operandi of Esham. Discovered by an eminent scholar, the late Mehmet Genç. Mehmet Genç, unfortunately, to my great sadness, passed away just last week. We lost him. So Esham was discovered by him in the Ottoman archives. And they were utilized probably for the first time in Islamic financial history by the Ottoman government. This government was defeated by the armies of Imperial Russia in 1774, and Ottomans had to pay a huge war indemnity within a year, within a very short period. Moreover, the borrowing done by the government of the Caliph, Ottoman Caliphate we are talking about, it had to be Sharia based. So there were three conditions, each more challenging than the other, that the Ottoman government faced in the year 1774-75. First, raising substantial capital from the public, very large amount of capital. Two, doing this at a very short time. Three, obeying the Sharia while doing so. I repeat, raising huge capital, obeying the Sharia, and doing this very quickly. The solution found was Esham, which successfully raised about 1/3 of the war indemnity within less than a year, very, very fast. And then came to dominate Ottoman public finances for the next century or so. The speed at which the money was raised was very important, because the Ottoman government failed to raise it so quickly, the war would have resumed, even more territory would have been lost to Imperial Russia. So all these conditions were very, very important. So let me go straight into the modus operandi, how this Esham was designed. First of all, the Waqf. I'm not going to tell you the details of the historical process because of the time limitations. So I will go straight into how we can do it today. First of all, we need to clarify who is going to raise the capital. In the case of the Ottoman example, it was the government. And governments can do it with a relative ease. And there is a lot of historical precedence for that, to the details of which I won't go. And they can also apply Esham directly without a Waqf. But that's the government. Government raising money from the public without interest. But since the new trend started by the Awqaf New Zealand refers to raising capital by the private sector, we need to focus on Waqf Esham synthesis. So we are talking about organizing Esham by the private sector. The first step is to establish Cash-Waqf, which also... Can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Yes,
So there has been some interference. Let me rephrase in a few words. We are focusing on the way private institution can raise money from the public, not government, but from the public, while obeying the Shariah. That's what we are focusing on. And my suggestion is that this can be done, this should be done by combining Waqf and Esham. The first step is to establish a Cash-Waqf, which also comprises Waqf of stocks. This Waqf declares its charitable goal. It begins to collect capital through crowdfunding and donations. The Waqf also clearly states in its endowment deed that it intends to use the capital raised for Esham in order to generate sustained and further economic growth. So the Waqf declares that it is going to use part of this money that it collects from the public to generate Esham, which will enhance the capital of the Waqf. Next, I want to talk about the asset. The Waqf sets aside an asset that it has purchased with the donations and crowdfunding, yielding a regular annual revenue. It then reserves a fraction of this annual revenue for Esham transactions. Third, securitization. This revenue fraction is then securitized into equal shares and offered for sale to the public. Each share authorizes its purchaser, the investor, to receive his share of the allocated annual revenue pro rata in proportion to his investment. This can be a fixed amount, which makes it quite attractive to the investor. Why not extending this future fixed amount? Esham does not constitute riba, will be discussed in a few minutes. Fourth, the duration. Esham does not have a fixed period. With respect to duration, there are usually two kinds of Esham: limited for a lifetime or perpetual. the investor who has purchased a same share continues to receive his share of the annual revenue earmarked for the project for as long as he or she lives, or even in perpetuity. In view of the perpetual one, some similar instruments are called perpetual bonds or perpetual sukuk in modern parlance. So, in other words, in modern Islamic finance, they are beginning to talk about perpetual bonds or perpetual sukuk. But as a matter of fact, Esham differs from both. It is neither a bond nor a sukuk. It is not a bond because of its special redemption characteristic, which I will refer in a short while. It is not a sukuk either because, unlike most sukuk, it does not have or need a special purpose vehicle. There is again an interference in my presentation. Can you hear me? Is there any problem?
We hear you.
I'm continuing.
We continue it.
Okay. Consequently, it is considerably simpler than most sukuk and has lower transaction costs. A lifetime Esham will be issued to a specific person and therefore be a registered share, while the perpetual one will be a bearer's share. Pricing: each same share is sold at a certain multiple of the annuity it will yield to the investor. So they take the investor and they take the annuity to be paid to the investor and then multiply it by a certain amount, and that's the price at which they sell each share to the members of the public. Naturally, an Esham for a lifetime will be cheaper than a perpetual one. There is no fixed rule regarding the initial price of a share. Actuarial tables can be used to approximate the expected lifetime. When sold in secondary markets by the initial order, the price of a share fluctuates, reflecting supply and demand, as well as the reliability of the annuities. That is, how reliably they have been paid regularly in the past. Perpetual Esham can be traded in secondary markets and are fully negotiable. The yield. Esham is a hybrid fixed income and profit loss sharing instrument. Fixed returns are paid to the investor in the form of fixed annuities. Profit loss sharing occurs when it is traded in the stock exchange. Because of the redemption specifics I'm about to explain, which eliminate any doubt of riba, usually interest, the annual yield can be benchmarked to LIBOR, or it can be set even higher. A reserve account can also be set up to avoid reflecting the losses on investors. Income from Esham proceeds is channeled into two pools. First pool is reserved for paying the fixed annuities. Second pool contains the retained earnings to be invested in the meantime. It might be added here that although the overall return generated by the asset will naturally fluctuate, the annuities paid to investors can be fixed. This is because only a small part of the overall fluctuating returns of the asset will be earmarked for Esham transactions, for Esham annuities. To give an actual example from the history, the gross annual yield of the Istanbul tobacco tax farms was 1 million grosh, and the amount reserved for the payment of fixed annuities was merely 400,000 grosh. Consequently, although the annual gross yield of 1 million kurush fluctuated from year to year, even totally unforeseen circumstances such as wars notwithstanding, fixed annuities could be paid regularly without any problem. Alternatively, the modern Esham can be designed as a pure loss-sharing instrument as well. That's also possible. With the annuities reflecting the true revenues generated by the asset. So let me reiterate here. The annuities can be designed either as fixed annuities or as flexible annuities reflecting the true performance of the asset. Both types are possible. And the first type, although it sounds dubious from Shariah perspective, is not dubious, as it will become clear immediately now, because now I will be talking about the redemption process. Now, redemption. What makes some unique is the fact that redemption is at the discretion not of the lender, but of the borrower. Put differently, the borrower pays back the principal when he sees fit. The borrower decides when to pay back. This means that the maturity is decided by the borrower. While this is so, and the borrower may decide to redeem at a certain time suitable to him or her in the future, the investor does not have to sell his Esham, his or her Esham. Thus, the issuer may end up redeeming only those Esham whose owners wish to cash. And there is historical precedence for this too. We know cases that people did not want to sell off their Esham. They were very pleased with Esham. So they kept on their Esham because they were pleased with annual payments made to them. In case of perpetual Esham, the borrower may not redeem at all. He is, however, obliged to pay the annuity on time every year in perpetuity. Providing the issuer does not fail to pay annuities on time, there is no obligation for the redemption of Esham certificates. Thus, investors buy Esham shares entirely for the annuity payments and are fully informed that their investment may not be redeemed by the borrower. But they do know that they can sell their shares to third parties at the stock exchange or through the banks. Consequently, Esham would be considered not as debt, but equity. A highly advantageous situation regarding the Basel III gearing Rector. Put differently, if the issuer is a company, it will be able to shore up its capital base without deteriorating its debt-equity ratio. More to the point, with no obligation to redeem, unlike the Sukuk finance model just discussed, Esham financed Waqf capital does not deplete. So Sukuk finance Waqf would be killed at the time of the redemption, but Esham finance Waqf would continue to exist in perpetuity. There is a huge difference. I don't need to explain in any further detail. I'm sure you appreciate the difference. There may be a third-party guarantee. Since the issuer is a Waqf, a reliable and trustworthy third party may need to be found. In the case of Esham, third-party guarantee pertains to the regular payment of annuities only. This whole thing has a certain relevance and bearing for central banks and their open market operations as well. These characteristics of Esham that I have just mentioned render Esham an ideal instrument for open market operations of central banks in Islamic countries. Indeed, when these banks want to inject money into the economy, they can buy Esham, and when they want to withdraw money from the economy, they can sell Esham. Islamic banks can also do the same for managing their liquidity even on daily basis, even in their overnight operations. Currently, these banks utilize commodity murabahas or tawarruks for liquidity management. But these instruments are not only subject to Sharia risks, and they are, but also involve brokers, usually based in London metal market. Therefore, they have high transaction costs. Esham is neither of these problems. This is so not only thanks to the redemption characteristics, but also because when perpetual Esham shares are sold in secondary markets, whether by the central bank or individuals, the prices will be determined by market forces. Now let's look at it from the Sharia perspective. At this point, we need to take into consideration whether Esham is a usurious instrument. Now, a cash transaction will be considered as riba if all the following conditions take place simultaneously. Three following questions need to coexist for any transaction to be riba. First, there has to be an excess of surplus over and above the loan capital to be returned to the lender. Two, determination of the surplus in relation to time with a definite date of redemption. Third, stipulation of the surplus and the date of redemption in the loan agreement, in the contract. Now, with regard to lifetime Esham, since we do not know for how many years the investor shall receive, the investor has made an investment. Let me explain it this way. The investor has made an investment and bought a share, which we call sehim, or plural Esham. And in return, he or she will be getting annuities. But he may die at any minute. The investor may die at any minute. Because of the uncertainty of the lifespan of the investor, the certainty of the surplus is not there. It is not, there is no certainty. So excess or surplus above the loan capital may or may not be. We don't know. Therefore, it cannot be put into the loan, into the contract. In an Esham contract, there is no such thing saying that the Esham will be redeemed at such and such date with so much extra or surplus. You cannot have such an Esham contract. It is impossible. So the conditions are violated. The existence of a surplus or excess cannot be put in the contract. And then there is no date of redemption because of uncertainty of the lifespan of the person. We don't know when the redemption will take place. With regard to even to the perpetual Esham, all of this was for lifetime Esham. As for the perpetual Esham, the lack of a definitive date of redemption violates the second condition. So once again, the condition is violated, and therefore, Esham is not a usurious institution. Another criterion that we need to take into consideration is risk transfer versus risk sharing. With the former disallowed and the latter permitted, Islam rejects risk transfer and insists on risk sharing. When an investor sells perpetual Esham shares in his or her possession in secondary markets, the price will be determined by supply and demand for the share, as well as the post-payment performance of the annuities. This will render Esham a true profit or loss sharing instrument. Moreover, with the redemption being at the discretion of the borrower, risks are not transferred by the lender upon the borrower. Instead, a compromise is reached by which, while the issuer or borrower redeems his debt at his discretion, the investor obtains the right to a fixed and regular annuity for as long as the issuer or borrower does not redeem. Meanwhile, the investor can sell his or her Esham at the stock exchange or to the banks at market prices. All of this is in sharp contrast with a conventional credit transaction, where the date of redemption of the principal plus the rate of interest is ex ante and is clearly stated in the contract. Now, when I presented Esham in Kuala Lumpur at a conference, a young scholar immediately rejected it. Now, such scholars need to understand the modus operandi of Esham properly. They quickly condemn it on the grounds that it provides fixed income to investors. Now, these scholars need to understand that Islam is not against fixed income as such. Had it been so, then all the ijara transactions which yield fixed income would have been rejected. So what Islam prohibits is risk transfer or shifting. Yeah, if you want details about the risk transfer and shifting, I cannot explain here it now. Then you need to read Professor Abbas Mirakor. He is the world authority on this. But all I can say is that Islam prohibits risk transfer or shifting and unjustified enrichment of one of the parties at the expense of the other. None of these things happen with Esham, because Esham provides a fair compromise between the investor and the borrower. It is in conformity with the spirit of Islam and one of its most important principles, justice, adl. This idea that is protection of the weak and for the case at hand the borrower is confirmed definitively by Quran. The justice of Esham is definitively provided in the Quran. I refer here specifically to Surah Al-Baqarah, verse 282. I quote, when ye deal, this is what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said, when ye deal with each other in transactions involving future obligations, let him who incurs the liability dictate. Consider the following verse also. I quote again, if the debtor is in difficulty, grant him time till it is easy for him to repay. This is again Surah Al-Baqarah, verse 280. By allowing the borrower to decide when to repay the principal, Esham follows perfect the spirit as well as the letter of these Quranic intentions. Remember, I said at the beginning of my presentation, institutions are important if they are correctly. They are important because if they are correctly designed, they enable us to apply the principles stated in the Quran into everyday life. So My argument is that Esham is the correctly designed instrument because it reflects directly the spirit as well as the wording of the Quran. Indeed, I quote again, let him who incurs the liability dictate the terms of the contract, unquote, is practically a verbatim expression of Esham redemption. Thus we conclude, Esham is neither a risk transfer nor a risk-shifting instrument. Indeed, unlike such instruments, it does not transfer all the risks upon the borrower. Instead, following the Quran, the Surah Al-Baqarah protects the borrower, giving him the option of redemption at a suitable time, exactly as it is stated in the Surah Al-Baqarah. In history, it has also protected the investor in case of early death. But I can give you details if it is asked in the discussion. In view of all the arguments presented above, we can conclude that Esham is not usurious. Finally, Esham has also been examined from the perspective of the Maqasid al-Shariah. This examination revealed that Esham affects all the components, the zarura, of the Maqasid positively and should therefore be implemented. Looked from a longer perspective, thanks to Esham, the Ottomans were able to raise 1/3 of the war indemnity that they had to pay to the Russian Empire within a year. Within 10 years of its establishment in 1785, Esham generated 11.5 million grosh revenue, which was more than half of the entire revenue of the Ottoman state. It has been calculated that what the previous fiscal system, the Malikane, was able to generate in 90 years, Esham succeeded to generate in only 10 years. So we conclude with confidence that Esham enables the issuer to collect substantial revenue from the public, on the condition that this revenue is used wisely and reinvested. It can certainly trigger sustained economic growth. Now, there are some examples of Esham-like instruments. The industry calls them Sukuk, but this is wrong. They should be called Esham from the perspective of institutional evolution. They should be considered as derivatives of Esham. This is so because they are perpetual instruments and should therefore be considered as Esham rather than Sukuk. One of these was issued in 2012 by the Malaysian Airlines, advised by Maybank. I won't go into details, but I'm curious about what happened to this particular Sukuk because of the crisis that the Malaysian Airlines faced, the very unfortunate crisis. So I don't know the latest situation of this particular transaction. And in November 2012, the Abu Dhabi Islamic Bank issued a very large perpetual, what they call Sukuk, for about $1 billion US, also without a maturity date. The Abu Dhabi Islamic Bank can choose to repay the principal from 2018 onwards if it so wishes. So it's very similar to perpetual Sukuk. And it has announced that it has issued this perpetual Sukuk in order to meet the Tier 1 capital requirement in Basel III. An important feature of this issuance is that private banks are allocated only 60%, with the remaining 40% allocated to the general public. This is in contrast to most regional bond issues, which are bought up entirely by banks. Thus, a whole new investor base appears to be opening up. It's possible that high net worth individuals may be followed in the Islamic world by the rising middle classes, a massive demographic phenomenon of Islamic countries. So, conclusion, unlike human beings, institutions do not die. They may linger on for a long time, even centuries, but when circumstances change and there is a need for them, they spring into being again. The fact that various Esham-like perpetual instruments are beginning to appear indicates that once again they are being needed. There are a number of reasons for this. First, a mighty combination of demography, population, and democratization in the Islamic world will in all probability create a totally new investor class, the rising middle classes. This huge group, quite possibly hundreds of millions strong, need an instrument that yields fixed returns without violating the Shariah. Muslims have always needed such instruments. They usually solve the problem by resorting to legal tricks, which obey the letter of Shariah but violated its spirit. What makes Esham unique is that through its special redemption structure, it definitively obeys the Quran. Esham is not a loan, and for all practical purposes, where there is no loan, there is no riba. Second, Basel III has created an urgent need for raising capital without deteriorating the gearing ratios, as some derivatives, being considered equity, not debt, are ideal for this purpose. With respect to the establishment of a Waqf with Sukuk, unless the investors of Sukuk forfeit their right of a redemption, this method is tantamount to establishing a Waqf with borrowed money, which must be paid back at a certain time, at redemption. The Sharia prohibits this. Perpetual Esham solves this problem by allowing the Waqf not to redeem the shares purchased. Investors will simply be rewarded by the payment of annuities in perpetuity, while the Waqf maintains its capital and can also function in perpetuity. In short, any attempt to combine Waqf, a genuine Islamic institution that has superbly served Islamic world for centuries, with Sukuk, is tantamount to corrupting it. Such a combination of Waqf Sukuk should not be permitted. If the ultimate aim is to mobilize global funds to finance Waqfs, in itself an excellent idea, then the correct instrument of choice should be a combination of Waqf and Esham. In view of all this, my unsolicited advice to the founders of New Zealand is as follows. First, establish a hybrid cash real estate Waqf with donated capital. Make sure the endowment deed permits the trustee of the Waqf to use part of this capital as underlying asset for Esham structuring. Third, issue perpetual Esham. 4, once Esham shares are sold to investors, allocate about 1/3 of the Waqf's annual revenue for the payment of Esham annuities. 5, invest the remainder of the Waqf capital plus Esham proceeds prudently. Do not let yourself become overconfident that you will not have to pay back the principal. Learn from the Ottoman experience that if Esham proceeds are not invested properly, even the payment of annuities can be jeopardized. By the way, this is exactly what happened. Ottomans were not able to invest their Esham revenues, but they had to pay war indemnities. They could not invest but pay back to foreign powers. That's why eventually, as they lost more and more wars, they became incapable of paying the annuities. So, as I conclude with the last word of warning, Esham, if it is applied by a government or by a private enterprise, it must be prudent and carefully invested. I thank you for your patience. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, Prof. Murat Çizakça. According this presentation or training, make the new great insight about Esham and investors according to Sukuk and also linked to Waqf. And also we will going to second session is question and answer. The question is more question that we write here from the participants that may you answer about the question. The first question, the first question is from University Erlangga Surabaya, from Miss Ramdhani. The question is, she will ask about how to mitigate harm from inflation rate. Maybe you can answer for the first question.
Oh, yeah. That's an excellent question. Of course, if you do not adjust annuity payments to the prevailing inflation, then the investors will be losing money and eventually lose confidence in the system. Of course, this is very correct. So it has to be either linked to either the country in question should bring inflation rate to 0%, or I realize it is difficult to achieve in developing countries, particularly in my country, where we have very high inflation. If this is not possible, if it is not possible to bring inflation to 0%, then the annuities should be benchmarked to the hard currencies. That's the answer.
Okay, thank you for the answer. Okay, next question. Is the fundamental distinction between Esham, Sukuk, and Esham if linked to Waqf? Thank you.
I'm not sure if I understand. Is it in the chatting?
Is there the fundamental difference or distinction between Esham and also Sukuk, and also Esham is if linked to Waqf?
As I try to explain, I would prefer if these questions are written in the chat room.
Okay. For the next,
some questions have been asked in Bahasa. I'm afraid I cannot understand those. Okay, number of questions have been asked in English. I will reply to those. Okay, I'm going to the beginning. Just a minute. Okay.
Second question from Rindiani Putri. Rindiani Putri from Islamic Institute of Religion of Jember State.
Yes.
She will ask to you that according to Phillips Corps, that inflation and the number of unemployed are inversely related. In your
Yes.
opinion, which should be prioritized to reduce inflation or reduce the number of unemployed? Thank you.
That's a huge question. There has been so much negotiations, debates about the Phillips curve, of course. It is true that if you there is this inverse relationship. That's true. But that's a decision taken by the governments in response to it's a political decision. So it is really beyond me to advise the governments on that issue. All I can say at this point is that if the annuity payments, if the percentage of annuity payments are below the inflation rate, then Esham will become ineffective. It has to be protected. The annuities must be protected against inflation. That's all we need to care at this point about. The Phillips curve situation is a political situation. It is answered by taking into political considerations, political facts into considerations. So one question has been asked about how to get Esham for inflation. I think I explained. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Prof, for the answer. That according to the Philip course, that what should we be prioritized to reduce inflation or reduce the number of unemployed? Yeah. Okay.
To give, if I may say one more about this, what happens that in reality, every government has a whole board of economists giving them different suggestions, like giving a priority, like in this particular question, giving the priority to this or that. But the decision taken by the government is always a political one. Economists can suggest, but the ultimate decision is a political decision. And that is beyond me, of course. I'm not a politician. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. For we comes to the third question. It comes from K. Musiari, from UNISA. Khairunisa Musa, I'm sorry, pardon me. The question is, in your opinion, does the Sukuk link Waqf or Cash-Waqf link Sukuk still have the opportunity to be developed with a number of nodes that need attention, or the option to integrate with Waqf is only Esham? Thank you.
I mean, in my opinion, the only option is Waqf Esham linkage. Waqf Sukuk linkage is wrong, as I have explained, because at the end of any such linkage, when the redemption time comes, you kill the. Surely that cannot be our purpose. A Waqf is supposed to exist for centuries. Now, if we look at the fiqh sources, the only mazhab that permits, you see, this brings us to the question of temporary waqfs. Okay, so if you leave waqf and sukuk and kill the waqf at the time of the redemption, what we are talking about is actually a temporary waqf, not a perpetual, but a temporary waqf. The only school, the only mazhab that permits temporary waqf is the Maliki school. All the others reject temporary waqfs. So the answer is that unless you're a Maliki, you should not be involved in waqf sukuk merger. Instead, I am offering another alternative, which I think is a much incomparably better alternative for all the reasons that I've explained in the last 45-50 minutes. It's an incomparably better alternative, and it is time we become aware of this institution. It is not a new institution, by the way. Somebody asked, why is it that the question here is, it was asked by Nadia Sabrina. Thank you for asking the question, Nadia Sabrina. Why is Esham not widely known as it is the right instrument in developing Waqf instead of Sukuk? The answer is, Nadia Sabrina, is that we Muslims are ignorant of economic and financial history. That's the reason. This institution has existed and has successfully functioned for centuries, but since we don't study history, we are not interested in history, we have forgotten all about it. And one more thing, very similar instruments to Esham have been applied for centuries in the West also. And this brings me to the first question, by the way. The reason they have been functioning as I said for centuries in the West, but the West stopped using them when the governments, after the First World War, began to cheat on their population, and they generated very high rates of inflation, but paid the annuities at all rates, pre-inflationary rates, and therefore the system lost all its attractiveness for the investor and disappeared. So the first question was also very important. Two things, therefore, I can say. First, we have to protect the annuity against inflation. And second, if we are unaware of this institution, despite its tremendous success for centuries and time-testedness, because of our own ignorance, because we don't study history, particularly economic and financial history.
Okay, for next question, it's come from Nofilia Aisha at the previous question on the chat box. Is there any best practice of Esham actualization on the world? Maybe.
As I said, there has been successful applications of Esham in the Islamic world by the Ottomans, which started in 1775 and lasted for more than a century. And in the West, similar institutions existed for even longer period. All very, very successful.
Okay. For the next question, from Titania, Islamic University of Indonesia. Her question is, she have one question, that is the most suitable contract for application. Pardon me. What is the most suitable contract for the application of Cash-Waqf link Sukuk? Thank you.
My answer is very straightforward. There should not be any Cash-Waqf link to Sukuk. That's my whole point. Eliminated. Link Cash-Waqf to Esham. You cannot have Cash-Waqf in Sukuk merged. Haram. It is haram. Prohibited. Let us be finally aware of that. Link, I repeat, link Waqf with Esham, not with Sukuk. Okay.
Okay. It's mean Cash-Waqf link Sukuk is prohibited or haram, is that?
Yeah. Yes. Because if you link the two, if you link Cash-Waqf with Sukuk, at the time of redemption, you are killing the Waqf. It is haram for all schools except the Maliki. If Titania Mukti is a Maliki person, then it's okay for her. Then her school allows that. I don't know her Islamic background, but providing she is not Maliki, if she tries to live Waqf and Sukuk, she will be involved in haram.
Okay. Thank you for any insight about Cash-Waqf link Sukuk that differ to Esham link Waqf.
Yeah.
Okay. The next question is so bright opportunity to us to deliver any question to you. The next question is from Eva. Yeah. She comes from Mahat Ali Taqwa, and her question is, would you like to ask how is the Waqf development strategy in Indonesia? I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. I wasn't. She wrote waiting development strategy, which I didn't understand. But if you say the Waqf development strategy in Indonesia, well, that is not my specialty. I need to study all the laws. This is a difficult question. I need to study the prevailing laws about Waqf in Indonesia, which I haven't done. It is really not my specialty. But if Eva writes a paper summarizing the existing laws and regulations in Indonesia, then I can certainly comment. By the way, obviously every country has different laws and regulations regarding Waqfs. So there has been a very welcome attempt by IRTI. You probably know IRTI, that is the research arm of the Islamic Development Bank in Jeddah, and Kuwait Public Foundation to prepare a draft law, a universal Islamic draft law of Waqfs. This draft law would generate a universal system, a Waqf law system, to be applied all over the Islamic world. And I was asked by the organizers of this draft law to give my feedback to their draft, which I studied very, very carefully, and made certain suggestions. And if my suggestions are incorporated into the draft law, this will become a superb law for all of us. And then Eva would not have to ask me this particular question, because then I will know what is being applied in Indonesia within the framework of this universal Islamic law. So Eva, my answer to you is that I hope this universal Islamic law of Waqfs will continue, but I am afraid nothing has come out of it. This happened about 10 years ago. When I was asked to give my feedback, I did that about 10 years ago, and then I haven't heard anything about it. What has happened? The answer should be with the Islamic Development Bank, with IRTI. They have the draft law, they have my recommendations, and also the Kuwait Public Foundation. What have they done with this draft law? I don't know. That's why, Eva, Hidayatul Muna, I cannot answer your question. Okay?
Okay. Thank you, sir. Maybe in Indonesia there are different rules and laws in every
country.
Yeah.
Every country.
Okay. Because it's so eminent issues that according to Awqaf in Indonesia, that's our government that's comfort about Cash-Waqf linked to Sukuk. Okay. For the next question, a according to Esham, how to preventing the perpetual capital of Waqaf if we use Esham link to Waqaf.
Can you repeat that question? I couldn't see it here in the
Okay.
chat.
The question is because due to Esham is massive to collect the money from the public, how to prevent the perpetual or rely capital of Waqaf if Esham linked to Waqaf?
I'm not sure if I understand the question. Can she write the question to chatting, please?
Okay, it's the last question. As you know, that's Waqaf in the principle of Waqaf. The
Yes.
capital is has to be perpetual capital, or
Yes.
there is no decrease from the capital.
Yes.
If we link the Esham to Waqaf, that the capital, how to prevent the decrease capital from the Esham transaction.
Okay. First of all, let me reiterate. You establish a Waqf, and then the Waqf issues a sub. Capital is collected from the public.
Yes.
And only a fraction of this capital collected will be earmarked for the payment of annuities. The large part of the capital collected will be invested. So Esham merged Sukuk, Esham merged with Waqf. A Waqf that is operating with Esham will always have the majority of its assets being invested. Only a fraction of its assets, of its revenue, will be earmarked for the annuities. That's why its capital will not be depleted.
Okay. Okay. We feel this.
The answer, if I may continue for 1 or 2 seconds, remember the historical example I gave. The Ottoman government had an asset that yielded 1 million, let's say, dollars, gurush, 1 million gurush a year. This was fluctuating. This revenue was fluctuating, but 1 million gurush. They reserved only 400,000 of this annual revenue for the payment of annuities. So 1 million gross revenue, only 400,000 paid, earmarked for the payment of the annuities. The remaining 600,000 was always invested, or should always be invested. Ottomans could not invest because of the political situation and because of the wars that they were involved in. And that's why at the end, they became bankrupt. They couldn't pay the annuities. But in a normal business environment that we are talking about, if you allocate 40% of your annual revenue for your annual annuity payments and have 60% of your assets continuously invested, then you should be perfect. Okay.
Okay. Thank you for the great insight about Waqaf link Esham. Due to the time limited for the time, and now is also the last for us, and hopefully thank you for Professor Murat Çizakça for the great presenting about Esham as alternative to Sukuk. Maybe we hopefully about your warm present comes to our university at Gontor in Indonesia, maybe Professor. Inshallah, for the next opportunity, inshallah.
After this corona, inshallah.
Amin. We hope very, inshallah, we will wait it. Inshallah. Thank you so much for your great presentation and training about Esham as alternative to the Sukuk. Maybe for the last, before we break about this agenda, we hopefully for all participants, may we break for 30 minutes for Asar prayer, okay? And also because in Indonesia is the time of Asar prayer. Thank you. Thank you so much for Professor Murat Çizakça.
Thank you. And my greetings to Dr. Magda. I see her picture there. And I'm proud to say that she has been my student.
Assalamu'alaikum, Prof. Murat. How are you? So glad, to be with you in this event.
Nice to hear your voice, Magda. Wonderful.
As usually, I'm benefiting from your knowledge, mashallah. May Allah reward you for that.
You are very modest. Thank you, Magda. Thank you. Okay, see you in half an hour time then, inshallah.
Okay, Prof. Maybe to the second trainer, to Associate Professor Magda Ismail. Maybe we will continue the agenda after 3 minutes. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Begitu banyak kekayaan yang Allah amanahkan pada manusia untuk dikelola dengan sebaik-baiknya demi kesejahteraan manusia itu sendiri. Rasulullah Shallallahu Alaihi Wasallam telah mengajarkan kita supaya manusia bisa mengelola amanah tersebut secara adil dengan tidak menumpuk harta tersebut, sehingga harta akan selalu mengalir dalam investasi melalui kerjasama dalam kebaikan dan selalu menjaga keseimbangan spiritual dan kelestarian alam. Perekonomian syariah adalah konsep terbaik untuk perekonomian lokal maupun global karena menjamin mengalir dan terdistribusinya harta ke dalam jalur bisnis dan sosial dalam rangka menghidupkan perekonomian. Ekonomi syariah adalah faktor yang sangat efektif sebagai variabel untuk menciptakan kesejahteraan di Indonesia dan mempunyai efek berantai yang sangat positif bagi bergeraknya sektor lain. Secara global, bangkit dan berkembangnya perekonomian syariah diyakini sebagai arus baru perekonomian adalah sebuah keniscayaan yang alami. Di Indonesia, cara bermuamalah sesuai prinsip syariah sudah dimulai sejak ratusan tahun yang lalu, sejak para ulama masuk ke Indonesia untuk berdakwah dan berdagang. Praktik-praktik ekonomi syariah tersebut masih dapat dilihat dari jejak peninggalannya, seperti dalam adat bagi hasil kelola sawah, mertelu dan maro di daerah Jawa Tengah, titip ternak, dan sebagainya. Prinsip dasar Islam menghidupkan ekonomi adalah dengan menjalankan prinsip-prinsip ekonomi syariah untuk selalu mengalirkan harta, mendistribusikan pendapatan dalam rangka menjamin inklusivitas masyarakat, mengoptimalkan bisnis, menghilangkan spekulasi yang tidak produktif, bertransaksi dengan cara transparan dan adil, serta berpartisipasi dalam bidang sosial untuk kepentingan publik. Islam memastikan muamalah seperti bisnis, jual beli, jasa, atau apapun harus dilakukan dengan dasar adil, saling sepakat, terbuka, tidak membahayakan keselamatan, tidak zalim, dan tidak mengandung zat haram, atau dengan kata lain, mendorong kita melakukan bisnis halal. Menyadari begitu banyaknya pengaruh positif sistem perekonomian syariah, berbagai lembaga multilateral memberikan perhatian khusus. Berbagai negara non-muslim bahkan sudah mendeklarasikan visi mereka untuk menjadi pemain utama dalam perekonomian syariah global. Inggris memiliki program untuk menjadikan London sebagai pusat keuangan Islam di Barat. Thailand mencanangkan visi untuk menjadi pusat dapur halal dunia. Korea menargetkan untuk menjadi destinasi utama wisata halal dunia. Australia sebagai pusat eksportir utama daging halal. Dan Brasil sebagai pemasok unggas halal terbesar. Bank Indonesia mendukung pengembangan ekonomi syariah nasional untuk menjadikan Indonesia sebagai pusat ekonomi dan keuangan syariah dunia yang dijalankan dengan strategi nasional yang memiliki 3 pilar utama, yaitu pemberdayaan ekonomi syariah, pendalaman pasar keuangan syariah, serta penguatan riset, asesmen, dan edukasi yang didukung dengan pengembangan sumber daya insani, data dan informasi, serta koordinasi dengan pemangku kepentingan lain. Dalam pemberdayaan ekonomi syariah, fokus utama program adalah peningkatan aset usaha syariah melalui penerapan rantai nilai halal. Di dalam bisnis kecil sampai besar, pesantren dan lembaga lain, standar kehalalan diterapkan dari hulu ke hilir dalam berbagai bidang seperti pertanian terintegrasi, industri makanan, obat dan kosmetik, industri pakaian, energi terbarukan, dan wisata halal. Pemberdayaan ekonomi syariah juga dilakukan melalui penguatan kelembagaan seperti asosiasi, pesantren, internasional inisiatif, serta otoritas sektor sosial, dan melalui penguatan dan pengembangan infrastruktur pendukung seperti pengembangan kawasan ekonomi syariah, pembiayaan syariah, serta berbagai kerjasama dan kolaborasi. Dalam penerapan pilar kedua, pendalaman pasar keuangan syariah dilakukan melalui pendalaman sektor keuangan komersial syariah, sektor keuangan sosial syariah, serta integrasi antara keduanya. Hal ini diwujudkan dalam program-program penguatan regulasi, pengembangan instrumen, penguatan infrastruktur dan kelembagaan, serta perluasan penerbit dan basis investor keuangan syariah. Pendalaman pasar keuangan syariah bertujuan untuk meningkatkan likuiditas di pasar keuangan syariah dengan strategi antara lain mencapai sasaran peningkatan pembiayaan syariah, likuiditas pasar uang berdasarkan prinsip syariah, dan aktivitas sektor keuangan sosial syariah, sehingga tercapainya pasar keuangan syariah yang liquid, efisien, inklusif, serta aman sebagai sarana pengelolaan likuiditas dan sumber pembiayaan yang produktif. Dalam penerapan pilar ketiga, yaitu riset, asesmen, dan edukasi ekonomi syariah, memiliki fokus utama, yaitu meningkatkan literasi ekonomi syariah. Untuk mewujudkan ini, riset mengenai perekonomian syariah terus-menerus dilakukan dengan bekerja sama dengan berbagai lembaga, forum ahli, lembaga riset internasional, perguruan tinggi, dan juga lembaga sertifikasi profesi. Hal ini dilakukan dengan mengedukasi masyarakat secara formal maupun non-formal. Sebagai negara dengan jumlah penduduk muslim terbesar di dunia, Indonesia memiliki potensi luar biasa untuk memimpin perekonomian syariah dunia. Namun demikian, kita masih harus berusaha jauh lebih keras untuk menjadi pemain utama dalam industri halal global dan bukan hanya berperan sebagai konsumen. Dengan pengembangan ekonomi dan keuangan syariah, maka kita mengharapkan menjadi sumber pertumbuhan baru perekonomian yang akan menyokong ekonomi nasional maupun global.
semua berjalan dengan sempurna, taat dan patuh pada Sang Pencipta. Pantaskah manusia ingkar akan fitrahnya, tiada taat dan patuh kepadanya? Akankah dunia rela atas mungkarnya manusia? Tidakkah ada rasa takut di jiwa? Mengapa lisan berdusta, mengingkari nuraninya? Tidakkah ada kejujuran di jiwa? Umat manusia diciptakannya sebagai makhluk yang paling sempurna. Namun nyatanya keangkuhan ada, kerusakan pun kerana ulahnya. Pantaskah manusia ingkar akan fitrahnya, tiada taat dan patuh kepadanya? Akankah dunia rela atas mungkarnya manusia? Tidakkah ada rasa takut di jiwa? Mengapa lisan berdusta, mengingkari nuraninya? Tidakkah ada kejujuran di jiwa? Bumi seakan tak rela, diguncangkanlah tanahnya. Laut pun luapkan semua amarahnya. Gunung seakan tak rela, berapi menahan murka. Angin hempaskan segala angkara murka. Nyatakan kebenaran, jangan membenarkan kenyataan. Yakinlah pasti akan ada cahaya beneran. Semoga perlindungan, ampunan serta hidayahnya selalu terlimpah untuk kita, selalu terlimpah selamanya. tanpa tuntut balas demi pondoknya. Hari berganti hari, beliau tinggalkan kami. Gontor kampung yang suci,
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. We'll continue our agenda to Associate Professor Dr. Magda Ismail Abdul Mohsin. Still join with us.
Yes.
Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum to Professor Dr. Magda.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Can you hear me?
Okay, so clearly, Alhamdulillah, we hear your sound. Thank you. Maybe we continue our agenda, Prof?
Okay.
Okay. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. For the next or second session, the training from the second trainer, also as the student from Prof. Murat Çizakça, the professor of Comparative Economic and Financial History Islamic Economics at Karatai University, Turkey. And for the second session, we'll be trained our agenda or our training by Associate Professor Dr. Magda Ismail Abdul Mohsin. And before that, I will read the bibliography of Associate Professor Dr. Magda Ismail Abdul Mohsin. Associate Professor Dr. Magda Ismail Abdul Mohsin, she has completed her PhD in Islamic Economics, Islamic Civilization, International Islamic University of Malaysia, 2003, and also the field of specialization in Islamic Economics and Finance. Dr. Magda Ismail Abdul Mohsin is currently an associate professor at the International Center for Education in Islamic Finance in SAPE, Malaysia. She obtained her doctorate in Islamic Civilization from the International Institute of Islamic Thought and Civilization, International Islamic University, Malaysia in 2003. Before joining in SAPE, Associate Professor Dr. Magda Ismail Abdul Mohsin served as lecturer in Higher Learning Institution, International Islamic College, Malaysia, where she was appointed as Deputy Head of Economic and Quantitative Program and Deputy Chief Executive Officer. She holds a PhD in Islamic Civilization or Islamic Economics from the International Islamic University, Malaysia, and completed her Master in Economics from the same university. Okay, before we're going to the next agenda, we will to present about the introduction according to next presentation about the current application of Cash-Waqf. The problem of poverty in Muslim world has been posing multi-phase in challenge the life of individual and relation of people. Although this problem has been getting scholarly attention and rise in relation to various issues ranging from the social injustice, from rampant corruption, social instability, wide social polarization, and insurgent movement that affected the regional peace and stability at large. Neither effective economic mechanism proposed nor implemented to address the problem effectively. In this regard, it is important to appreciate the recent initiation in the field of Islamic economics to present optional view to existing the economic models in the Muslim world. Therefore, many scholars propose the model of mobilizing funds through the Cash-Waqf institution. Therefore, in this regard, we will hear and learn about current application of Cash-Waqf model that will be delivered by Associate Professor Dr. Magda Ismail Abdul Mohsen. The time we gave you for 60 minutes for training and 20 minutes for question and answer. Okay, thank you. The time for yours to Associate Professor Mohsen. Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Wassalatu wassalamu ala ashrafil mursalin Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Brothers and sisters, Assalamu'alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear your sound. Thank you.
Okay. First, I would like to thank the organizer for inviting me for the second time for such event. The first time it was in 2019. And when I went for the first time to Darussalam University, they had been informed me that it is a Waqf university. But for my surprise, I realized that it is not only a Waqf university, it is a Waqf city for education. Subhanallah, I found many things in that place, you know, the masjid, of course, the university, the residential area, the hotel that I was stay in, the boarding schools, many things. So Alhamdulillah, I saw a Waqf city and I stay in that Waqf city. So
okay, but then me maybe for the participant.
I'm sorry, my camera is not good.
Okay.
Okay.
Maybe
okay.
Any slide that you can
yes,
share.
I'm going to share, inshallah, with you my slide. But I don't know, I can hear echo. So can you hear me properly?
Yeah, we can hear your sound properly.
Okay, Alhamdulillah. So now I'm going to share my slide. While I'm sharing, the second thing I would like to thank Prof. Murat, who is my lecturer, my supervisor, and of course my professor, who he gave me the key for this, for the world of Waqf. I really appreciate it so much, and I'm still learning from you, Prof. And whatever you give us is a Waqf. Alhamdulillah, you have left a very great legacy behind you, Prof. Okay, let us start. Can you see my screen? Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay,
Yes.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, we start. So I'm going to go through a journey of current application of Cash-Waqf models, which has been implemented recently within the last 3 decades, almost 30 years. So let us go, these are what I'm going to talk about, the essence of Waqf in the Quran and the Sunnah, definition of Cash-Waqf, creation of Cash-Waqf, and then we will look at 12 modern application of Cash-Waqf models, which has been practiced successfully. And then we will look also at the prospect of new cash model for microfinance through Cash-Waqf, and we will look also at how to integrate Cash-Waqf to finance the different sectors at large. Okay, of course, we know that there is no clear word of Waqf in the Quran, but the Muslim majority scholars, they deduce it from Surah Ali Imran, when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, he mentioned, لَن تَنَالُوا الْبِرَّ حَتَّى تُنْفِقُوا مِمَّا تُحِبُّونَ. So most of the companion, based on the interpretation of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, they start creating their own waqf. Okay, and then also it is in the hadith of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, which say when a person passes away, all his deeds will come to an end, with the exception of 3 things that include sadaqah jariyah. Okay, so next. Okay, so the definition of waqf is the confinement of an amount of money by a founder and the dedication of its usufruct in perpetuity. This is very, very important to the welfare of the society. I don't know, I'm hearing echo, so I don't know if you are hearing that echo or not.
Yes, we hear it.
So is it okay with you?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So for the creation of Cash-Waqf, so now we are going to concentrate on Cash-Waqf, which is movable waqf. So we need 3 parties for the creation of Cash-Waqf, similar to the immovable waqf, whereby it is the waqif, who is the founder, the mutawalli, who is the trustee, and al-mawquf alayhim, who are the beneficiaries. Then there are the 2 kinds, the direct Cash-Waqf and the indirect Cash-Waqf. And this is very, very important to understand it. Okay, for the direct Cash-Waqf, keep remember that for the direct Cash-Waqf, the beneficiary, the end needs should be waqf. Because whatever you are going to collect money, that money is going to develop waqf properties, idle waqf property, okay? Because we know that at the present time, all the idle waqf properties are unproductive, so they need finance. So in this case, you can raise Cash-Waqf, and through this istibdal, we are going to use istibdal, it will be converted from Cash-Waqf, from the liquid to building properties directly. So that's why it has been called direct Cash-Waqf. So whatever money in liquid you collected, it will be directed to redevelop the idle waqf properties in terms of school, college, university, hospital, clinics, and so forth. So how to ensure the perpetuity of the direct Cash-Waqf? The end needs need to be a waqf. The land has to be a waqf, of course, or the property itself has to be a waqf. In this case, for the management, you can get 20% for the management and 80% of what has been accumulated as Cash-Waqf to go for developing these waqf properties. For the second one, okay, for the second one, which is the indirect Cash-Waqf. Okay, keep remember that indirect, this means it needs investment. Investment, okay? It has to be invested. Whatever money has been collected by individuals, organization, or institutions, it has been invested by the mutawalli. Okay, and of course it has to be collected by the mutawalli. The mutawalli has to send it to be invested according to the Shariah. Revenue generated, in this case, only the revenue generated can go for the beneficiaries. And as you can see here, it will be good for giving, 10% for the management, 20% to be reinvested. So this is like, to increase the accumulated Cash-Waqf. And of course, 70% can go for the beneficiaries. In terms of this, percentage, it is up to the trustee, or it is up to the founder, who would like, it can be changeable, it could be changed, it is not fixed. So to ensure the perpetuity of the indirect Cash-Waqf, the accumulated fund must be invested in any halal project, and only the revenue generated can be transferred to the beneficiaries. Okay, so this is very, very important for the two. So understanding this one, this is how, Cash-Waqf can be created, either through direct Cash-Waqf or indirect Cash-Waqf. And as I mentioned before, the most important thing is to ensure the perpetuity of this Cash-Waqf. I know there are some scholars who say that there is a temporary. I will come to that point, inshallah, shortly. So motivation for creating waqf in general. Of course, it is an avenue for founders to get continuous rewards. It provides an opportunity for all people, regardless of their religion, region, or their living standards, to create waqf in the form of liquid asset, which is easier than creating immovable asset. Fulfill the need of beneficiaries according to the different societies and the different needs. Open jobs for the poor and needy. Ensures the perpetuity of goods and services for communities and for generations to come. This is very, very important. That's why it has to be perpetual. Assist all sectors, in terms of financing all sectors, agriculture, basic infrastructure, and the service sector. I will go through 12 cash waqf model, which I realized, or through my study, that had been successfully implemented at the present time. The first one, in Muslim and in Muslim minority country, the first one is the direct and indirect cash waqf model. The second one is cash waqf mobile model, compulsory model, waqf mutual fund model, deposit product model, cooperative model, waqf share scheme, waqf takaful model, corporate cash waqf model, cash waqf fundraising through through Islamic banks, and then e-waqf model, and there is cash waqf linked sukuk, which has been issued recently in Indonesia. Okay. Okay, so this is the first one. As I just mentioned, the direct and the indirect. So the first one, if you look at the direct, the red one, there are the waqif, who are the founder, or the depositors, or the donors. So an account has been opened in Islamic banks. This we can find in Malaysia, in Bahrain, in Pakistan, and even in India. Some of the Islamic, Bangladesh. Okay, so this is where they got the direct cash waqf, and then they will directly redevelop the idle waqf properties. For the second one, which is the indirect cash waqf, of course, as I just mentioned, they will collect the cash waqf, which has been given by the founders. And as I mentioned, founders could be, individuals, organization, companies, depositors, donors, so huge amount of money can be collected, even though the founders can give a small amount of money, but because many people, they are giving, so huge amount of money can be there. And then it has to be invested, and the revenue generated can go for the beneficiary. This has been applied in Malaysia, Singapore, Bahrain, UAE, Pakistan, India, and even in US. If I have the time, I will show you, but I think 1 hour, I cannot show you everything. But let us just look at this direct and indirect cash waqf. In Singapore, it is Majlis Agama. They have this direct cash waqf, whereby they collect the cash waqf and they provide for the orphans, for Islamic school, for charity projects, and for burial of Muslim minority. And for the New Zealand, they managed, to collect this fund for making Islamic school, marriage guidance, orphans, mobile janaza, assisting the elderly, migrants, and the refugees. In India, for the handicapped, for deserving Muslim students, distributing food during the months of Ramadan. And as you can see, all these, has been practiced by direct and indirect cash waqf. The next one is the cash waqf mobile model. So this one has been created in both Malaysia and Kuwait. In Malaysia, it has been, these are the contributors will they give, they say certain percentage from what they give will be designated for cash waqf, for the beneficiaries. So it will be between, the telecommunication company and the mutawalli. So this one has been practiced in Malaysia for quite short time, but they stop it because they realize that the telecom communication, they get 70% of the revenue generated. So, but in Kuwait, it is very, very successful, as we are going to see, because all the collected money will go for the beneficiaries. Okay, this one is a compulsory model whereby, has been practiced in Singapore. It is not compulsory, but in a way, how they manage it, it becomes like compulsory. This one, Majlis, Singapore Islamic Council, the MUIS, okay, what did they say? For the Muslim minority, there are many, many things in Singapore to establish it or to provide service or to redevelop the idle Waqf property. So what did they do? They opened for the Muslim to give donation in terms of cash Waqf through the Mu'iz. So the people, they themselves, they said, we don't want, every month we have to come and contribute. Why don't you make it through our CPF, okay? So it becomes like amount dedicated from their salary will be channeled directly to the CPF automatically. So that's why it becomes like compulsory. Why? Because every Muslim working salary will go also for the CPF, for the retirement scheme, and it will be part of it will be deducted for this compulsory model, and they managed to collect a huge amount of funds to help them build mosques or provide education programs. Okay, this one. Okay, it is the Waqf Mutual Fund, and I believe this one, it is in Indonesia. And in 2014, I believe that they got the reward or they got the prize from Dubai for this type of cash Waqf model or Waqf mutual fund model. I don't know, I'm hearing, this echo, so it's interrupting me, so never mind. So the founder contributes, in this case, the founder contributes 5,000 and specify that 70% of the investment earning return will be allocated to the mutual fund, his personal account, and the remaining 30% is appreciated to the Waqf fund. So this one has been practiced in Dompet Duafa Pasta, and I believe it is very, very successful. And 70% will go for the mutual fund and 30% will go for the Waqf fund, which will go for charity. So in this case, it has been divided between 70% for the mutual fund for the person himself, and 30% will go for the beneficiaries, for the Waqf fund, which is the beneficiaries. And I believe that this is very, very good because it shows, that even the founder can benefit from his own Waqf. If he created a Waqf and said, I want to benefit from my own Waqf, he can do so. And this is referred to the Waqf al-Mushtarak, okay? Waqf Mushtarak between family Waqf and, public Waqf, whereby he can benefit and his children also can benefit from that one. And this is a very good model. Okay, next. Okay, the deposit product model. For this deposit product model, it has been practiced in Bangladesh, in Social Investment Bank and Islamic Bank Bangladesh, which has been initiated by the founder, Professor Mannan, Muhammad Mannan. He is also my supervisor. He is also my lecturer. So he initiated this one. And the main objective for this deposit product model is the depositors they will ask the depositors to give some of their money for this cash Waqf. So, and they provide them with the list So they have, the depositor will say, okay, I'm going to give 10 rupiah, I'm going to give 100, I'm going to give this amount of money, you know, and they will select, you know, they will provide them, you know, the things that they can choose: education, health, you know, any, you know, all the needs, you know, that they, in the rural area, people, they need it. So they can take, and the money will go to benefit them. This is one also, it is a successful model. Next, this one, as I just mentioned, deposit cash Waqf model, it has been practiced in Bangladesh as well as in Malaysia. So in Malaysia, they open account in Bank Islam, in Bank Muamalat, in Maybank, for redeveloping the idle Waqf properties, or whatever, you know, accumulated cash Waqf has been collected in that account. It will go directly, you know, to redevelop the idle Waqf land, and also it goes for education and for healthcare. In Bangladesh, it goes for improving the condition of the hardcore poor people, for rehabilitation of the beggar, for, you know, destitute women, for education, orphan, for informal education, for da'wah, village healthcare and sanitation, and supply pure water for the poor people. So also this one, we realize that it is very, very good type of model. Next, this one, just to show you, you know, this is how Malaysia, you know, they manage with this type of cash Waqf model to come up with bazaar, Waqf, Raya, and around, you know, the masjid. All these you can see, just, you know, to show you. These are what they have done with this deposit cash Waqf, and still they are collecting for more, you know, to renovate many idle Waqf properties in Malaysia. Next, cooperative model. This one has been established in Uzbekistan, whereby, you know, the citizen endowed cash Waqf fund to their specific district and for their specific needs, you know, either building an Islamic school, you know, for tahfiz school, or clinic, or hospital. And the investment, so it will be like, you know, direct cash Waqf. So it will be invested, the capital invested, and the revenue generated, they will, you know, utilize it. So in 1992, you know, there were nothing, you know, but in 2002, this type of mahalla, the number of mahalla through cash Waqf fund becomes 9,941, you know, including education, healthcare, you know, many other things through this, you know, cooperative cash Waqf model. Next, the Waqf share model. This is also a very good cash Waqf model, which has been practiced in Malaysia, Indonesia, UK, Sudan, and Kuwait, whereby the trustee of the Waqf will issue shares. Okay, but remember that this type of shares are not transferable. It is just like, you know, you buy that share, and this is going to be your contribution in developing such a property or such a project. That's it. So contributors, individuals, corporation, they will buy, you know, this cash Waqf. Similar like that one, it is just like they are making it with $1 or $10 or 10 ringgit or 50 ringgit or 100 ringgit. So they are making it very easy for each and everyone, you know, to buy this type of Waqf shares. And, you know, but the most important thing that they have to inform, you know, they have to inform the founders or the donors, you know, or the contributors, that we need, you know, to develop this project, which, for example, cost 17 million or 20 million. So they will issue shares with these 20 million in different values, from small until 1,000 maybe, so people, they can buy. So this one has been done in Malaysia, and in Dawa, Yadim, very successful, and they managed to do it. Okay, next. So this, as you can see here, not only in Malaysia, but it is also in Kuwait, and also it is done in Islamic Relief, UK. In Kuwait, it is very, very successful in terms of Kuwait and Islamic Relief in UK. They come up with schemes. They call it schemes, Waqf schemes, education Waqf scheme, water Waqf scheme. And they start issuing this type of shares for the different countries they are handling, the poor countries, especially in Africa and in other continents. And they will, they will start, you can Google and you can find them. Until now, it is open, so people, they can, buy this type of share, and they can contribute online for such, beneficiaries. For the orphan, for Qurban, for healthcare, for, purchasing vehicle for dawah, for the people, all these, will be done by Waqf share. Also, there is this Waqf Takaful model. It was very, very successful in Malaysia, which has been practiced in Sharikat Takaful Malaysia for 3 years. It was very, very successful. But unfortunately, because as we know, the law in Malaysia, they gave the sole trustee is the Majlis Agama. So once Majlis Agama, they know that Syarikat Takaful Malaysia, they are managing, or they have this model, they wanted to manage it on their behalf. So this, what they have done, they stop, this, Waqf Takaful model. They approach us, and we come up with another title for it, and we call it trust. Takaful model, but it doesn't carry the essence of Waqf. So I don't think, people, they like it. So what they like the word Waqf, once the moment you say Waqf, the people, they really like the Waqf, because it's really linked, to continuous reward until the day of judgment. Okay. So, but I hope, the law in Malaysia will change, and at least, with reference to Cash-Waqf, they give, the authority for the founder of Waqf to manage his own Waqf. Okay. Cooperative Cash-Waqf model. This one, it is very, very successful. We realize that it is very successful in Malaysia, Turkey, Pakistan, and South Africa, whereby the mother corporation will invite, its, subsidiaries, whereby they create Cash-Waqf or associated Cash-Waqf institution, and they ask, from the profit that they generated each year, they have to contribute to this Waqf entity. Waqf will be invested, and then it will go to the beneficiaries. It has been, as I mentioned, it has been practiced in those countries. Let me show you some of the example for this one. It is very, very successful. This one, and I believe Professor Murat, he knows about it, and he knows about more other example, but this one, it is Sabanshi Waqf. It has been created by a family of 6 children, 6 sons, and the mother, whom their father passed away, and so they created their inheritance into this type of corporate Waqf, because they had many companies. So within 40 years, mashallah, it managed to do all these, as you can see in front of your eye. Not only this, but the services that it provided services to all the country. As you can see, all the balloons, the whole map, is covered with these services from Sabanshi Waqf, as you can see here, 127 institutions, 78 residential area providing education institutions, student hostel, teacher centers, healthcare and hospitals, libraries, sports facilities, cultural centers, social facilities, contribution to other institutions. They are opening jobs, thousands of jobs, and provide scholarship. They got also award for this initiative. The next one is Hamdar Waqf, which has been also created in India in a village in 1906. And with a middle class family, when the father passed away, he has 2 children. So the children, they got the idea of this waqaf because he was medical herbal, providing herbal medication. So he allocated in his village a room in his house for making this medicine and giving it to the poor people in his village. So when he passed away, the children, 2 of his children, they took this the room, and they call it Waqaf laboratory. Okay, so they start helping, also the people in making, this herbal medication. And with the separation between India and Pakistan in 1947, so this other son was in Pakistan. So he took the idea and he implemented in Pakistan. And the son also of the one in Pakistan, he took the idea in Bangladesh. So now if you Google regarding this Hamdar Waqaf, you are going to find many things, but it is more concentrating on the health, university, medical university, residential area for the doctors, clinics. It is very, very fantastic. This is one type of corporate waqaf. Next, we have, this waqaf Nur, which has been established in Malaysia through Johor Corporation. So also it is mainly concentrated on health, whereby they provided, clinics, they established many clinics, hospitals, portable dialysis centers to go to the rural area. It's really fantastic. Not only this, but they managed also to give Qard Hasan for the young, entrepreneur. So this one, it is also successful. Okay, another thing whereby, the 10th example is the Cash-Waqf fundraising through Islamic banking. Now, alhamdulillah, in Malaysia, the government is so supportive for this Cash-Waqf, and they encourage 6 banks, to have, initiative in coming up with, an account, where people, they will deposit the money. And when I say deposit, this means like as if, they're just giving, and that's it. They're not getting it back. Okay, so the bank will collect that money and will have, many projects as like fundraising, to open like fundraising. So they make, these 6 banks, they make this a My Waqaf. For this My Waqaf, as you can see here, Bank Islam Malaysia, they come up with Yomi dialysis service, whereby it cost 6 million. So within short duration, they managed to get, this 6 million. And also in Bank Muamalat, they also open for raising fund and for Mu'allafa Center in Kelantan. And also they need 360 or 300, let's just say 370 million. So they manage, to get it 100%. And also this one in Bank Rakyat in Terengganu, they make hemodialysis centers. They need, the budget is 770. So yes, they managed to raise this fund. So alhamdulillah, they come up with this. The banks, has been involved in such models. Others, they are still, this one for the fishermen, whereby, Bank Islam, or sorry, Maybank, whereby, the budget for this type of boats is 200K. But still, they are still raising the fund. Now they raise only 35%. It is in progress. And also there is, this Islamic school, also they are still in the process of raising the money. These are also another new cases. Bank Muamalat is doing it for clinic, portable clinic. This is very, very good, for 1 million to go for the rural area through this raising waqaf, through My Waqaf. And then Bank Muamalat also, they have another one for a hostel in Kedah. And also there is Bank Muamalat, they have also, school, which cost 5 million. And now they're opening for raising the fund. So if you would like to contribute, they will be more than happy to contribute with the simple with the few amount of money that you can give for raising that fund. Next is the e-Waqf model. This one also we found it is very, very successful. It is in Amana, the foundation of Waqf in Kuwait. Okay, they have this e-Waqf platform whereby they have through SMS, short message services, you can collect this cash Waqf. And there is the online also. You can go through the online and you can contribute. There is also through the ATM. Okay, whereby you go and, as you can see later, I'm going to show you, whereby you can contribute as instead of from the ATM you withdraw money, you can contribute through this ATM. And also it is very, very successful, knowing that Kuwait is one of the richest country. Whatever they manage to collect from these models, they manage to help other developing countries. Okay, really they have done a lot in terms of digging wells, in terms of building hospitals, in terms of building schools, in terms even to the extent that building whole city, okay, in Somaliland, whole city based on Waqf and Zakat. Okay, so this is what Kuwait is doing at the present time through this type of collecting e-Waqf through e-Waqf platform. So this is, this is the one, it has many projects, project 1 until project 8, e-Waqf through ATM, and people, while they are withdrawing money, they can give, 1 ringgit, 5 ringgit, 10 ringgit. It depends on how much they would like to contribute. So it will go for education, healthcare, orphan shelters, empowerment, anything, according, to the need of the society. Okay, next. There is this Cash-Waqf linked Sukuk. This is, I knew about this one recently, within the past 2 months. This one has been, it is an initiative by the Indonesian government into 2020. And, they, Cash-Waqf linked Sukuk, it involved 5 stakeholders, namely Bank Indonesia, Badana Waqf Indonesia, Ministry of Finance, and so forth, the 5 of them. But the beauty of that, as well as we are really worried about, as Professor Murat in the morning, he mentioned that once you bring cash Waqf and you put Sukuk, here is the problem, because it will not, ensure the perpetuity of the cash Waqf. And I believe that, if they are going to turn it in terms of Sukuk into Saham, that will be great. But this is, I'm just presenting to you what their main intention is. Their main intention is very, very good, because the main objective of this one is to support the social development causes. Yes, I believe that at the present time, there is this temporary Waqf. And yes, it's true also, again, it's only the Mazhab al-Maliki, he agreed on this temporary Waqf. But I believe that the people misunderstood his, his agreement about this temporary Waqf. He agreed to temporary Waqf because he said there are a few things, a few items, when they created it, by nature, it is temporary. For example, giving a horse as a Waqf. If this horse died, so it is temporary. It is based on the duration of the Waqf property that they are giving. Okay, so, and if, for example, usually they give, the weapon, the arm and all this. If it is broken, so khalas, it has been, temporary. It ended with the broken of the weapon, or by, the animal pass away. Okay. But I believe that other Muslim scholars, their disciples, they said, no, we can, we can make it perpetual, okay, through, for example, for the animal, breeding them, then they are going to have many other horses. And for example, for this weapon, they can rent, the weapon, they can get money, they can buy new one. So, but there is a very huge debate on this one, but just to show you, in terms of temporary Waqf. And to me, later I'm going to explain to you how do I look at temporary Waqf at the present time. innovative ideas for new Cash-Waqf model. This is our initiative. We can have Islamic microfinance through Cash-Waqf. How this can be done? It can be done through indirect Cash-Waqf. The moment I say indirect, so this whatever money has been collected to ensure its perpetuity, it has to be invested. The second one is direct Cash-Waqf. Here I'm putting temporary waqf, and in my mind, it is not temporary waqf, it is Qard Hasan, because what I believe that temporary waqf, you give and you want to get back. So it is, to me, it is Qard Hasan, okay? It is not temporary waqf, but it is Qard Hasan. Is it haram? Is it halal? Alhamdulillah, when we mention waqf, it is voluntary. So it depends on the intention of a person. So if you give and you return back, this means you, whatever you give, you are going to be rewarded for the duration you give, okay? When you get back, no problem, okay? So there is no haram or halal in this case. But the moment you say it is a waqf, make sure that it has to be perpetual based on the hadith of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam to Sayyidina Umar ibn al-Khattab and to Sayyidina Talha radiallahu anhu. He ensured that it has to be perpetual. Other than this, no problem. Okay, so the second one is integrating Cash-Waqf to finance the different sector, and then also we will look at the current, situation of the digitalization and the fintech, and we believe we come up with 4 Cash-Waqf based on this fintech. Okay, so for the first one, okay, this is microfinance through indirect Cash-Waqf. Through the creation of Cash-Waqf, Islamic microfinance can be created to lend the unbankable poor people through Qard Hasan. Not only this, but we need to utilize zakat share of al-gharimin. This is going to mitigate the risk of lending through Qard Hasan. Look at this one. Okay. So this is microfinance through indirect Cash-Waqf. This one will be open for for all types of founders if they would like to contribute, including the government, individual, organization, institution, companies. So this is a Cash-Waqf financial institution which is going to act as a trustee to manage the accumulated waqf fund. Let us assume they already got 1 billion, okay, of US. I'm just assuming. So then in this case, the collected amount is 100%, okay? So it has to be invested. Here, whereby you have to make sure that you don't put your investment in one basket. You have to diversify it. Why? Because you want to ensure the perpetuity of the Cash-Waqf. Number one, 50% of that amount you can buy real estate, okay? Any real asset, okay? Whereby you can invest it through rent and it is going to generate profit. That is good. So in this case, already you have maintained that 50% of whatever money has been collected, you make sure that it doesn't have any risk. Then, according to the Muslim scholars at the present time, especially we have this Islamic banking, they say now people, they can invest in low-risk investment as well as high-risk investment. For low-risk investment, you can put 30% to be invested through murabaha and ijara, and through high-risk investment, it can be invested through mudaraba and musharaka. The revenue generated from this one is 100%. As you can see, it is in the red color. So 70% will go for the beneficiaries. Who are going to be the beneficiaries? It is the Islamic microfinance, whereby you are going to give Qard Hasan. 20% will go for reinvestment to add to the capital, and 10% for the management of this project or for this model. The beauty of this one, you are giving, the money that you are giving for, the hardcore poor people or the unbankable people, once they return it back, you have to circulate it among, as many people as possible. So let us assume that this model, this Qard Hasan or this Islamic microfinance, they finance, the beneficiary number one was 1,000, US dollar. So he returned on time. Okay, of course they have to train them, they have to see the skills that they have, to provide him with the things that he needs, and to buy for them the things. Never give them, the money at their hand. Okay, as I'm going to show you later. So the first beneficiary will return it, so it will go for the second beneficiary. Second beneficiary return it, it will go for the third beneficiary. Here, the third beneficiary default. And according as Professor Murat mentioned here, we have to give him ample time. So here we give him time, to return back the money. But at the same time, we don't want, not to give, the fourth beneficiary. So in this case, zakat share from al-gharimin can settle that amount and to be given for number 4. So in this case, you are making sure that, this scheme is going to, finance as many people as possible. And let us assume the first one, okay, who returned back the money on time. So he need more money, to have his, to increase, his business. You can give him up to 5,000, okay, because his record is very good. So, and so forth, similar to the other, Islamic microfinance. The second one is whereby this one of our initiative, because we keep here that Islamic banking, they are similar to the conventional bank. Their motivation is only for commercial. Their motivation is only for getting profit. They don't have any social impact. So I come up with an idea, and I believe that it can be understood. Okay, whereby Islamic banks, they can open, a window, okay, similar to conventional bank opening Islamic window. We can say within the Islamic bank, they can open a window for Islamic microfinance, okay? Why we are doing this one? Because we want to show that no, Islamic banking, yes, they have the commercial aspect as well as they have the social aspect, okay? And then in this case, keep remember that the money is totally, whatever they are going to collect, it's totally segregated from the depositors' money, okay? So in this case, the depositors, okay, the depositors, they have their money in the bank. So usually they keep it saving for how many years? For example, for 5 years, for 10 years. Some of them, they have 100, some of them, they have 200, some of them, they have 300K, and they just keep, saving it. They don't want to invest it because they are still, they believe that there is riba, so they just keep it, or through wadi'ah. So in this case, okay, we can, this model can, tell them, why don't you give, for example, only 1,000, okay? Here you can say like temporary waqf, but as I told you, I don't like to use temporary waqf. We can use like Qard Hasan. Why don't you give Qard Hasan for this Islamic microfinance? So let us assume there are 500 depositors, okay, in the bank who are putting their money, they are saving it, okay, through wadi'ah. So if we ask them, just lend 1,000, through Qard Hasan for 6 months for this Islamic microfinance. So in this case, they are going to help 500,000 unbankable people, because they are going to get the loan and they are going to start their business. Okay, so instead of just putting your money in the bank for saving, why don't you, contribute? I'm not going to say with all the amount of money that you are saving, only with 1,000. And so if each depositor are doing the same, so alhamdulillah, you are going to contribute to empower those unbankable people within a very short time. And similar, you can give the first one the 1,000, then, when he returns, you give it to the second. So in this case, you are going to have 50,000 unbankable people. Now they got already, this amount to start their small business. Also zakat, because we know that all Islamic banking at the present time, they have to pay their zakat on the shareholders. We also open, for why don't you become like an agent, Islamic banking, they become like an agent for the depositors to give their zakat, to, the bank so that they can utilize it in such cases for al-gharimin. And this will be, very, very good. So we need, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has given us many Islamic financial product and Islamic social financial product, which is the zakat and the waqf. Why we are not utilizing them? I believe that we need to utilize them, for the benefit of all mankind. Okay, next. This is, just very, very simple things whereby, they can, for the women, they can buy for them the sewing machine, grass cutter for the gentleman, for the fishermen, they can buy for them, this boat, portable, for selling, ice cream or food or whatsoever, trucks, These are the things, that we need to look at, because at the present time, from the statistic, there are 3 billion people are living on less than 2.5 a day, So by doing that, I believe that we, all of us who are depositing their money in the bank, they can do something, for these hardcore poor people. Okay, next. And then also integrating Cash-Waqf to finance the various sectors. I believe that some of the current sectors, didn't get attention from this Cash-Waqf. Let us see, okay, this Cash-Waqf, of course, it has to be invested, real estate, equity, commodity, sukuk, whatsoever, and then, 80% goes for the beneficiary, 100%, it has been invested, so 100% of the profit or the revenue generated, 80% will go to the beneficiaries. In this case, who are the beneficiaries? They are the various sectors, as we are going to see shortly. And then also it will go for 10% for reinvestment and 10% for the management fee. Okay, so these are, for the education, these are the different sectors: education sector, health sector, service sector, infrastructure sector, agriculture sector, and the industrial sector. Look at this, for example, be innovative, come up with what they need at the present time. Now with this, COVID-19, with this pandemic, the school becomes online, So buy, computer for the children. And not only this, now, we saw this type of mobile school, car, a bus, moving from one rural area to another village, teaching, the students, instead of making it like, a restaurant, you can make it like a school, And then, for buying the uniform, for the chairs, for building the school, in the rural area, many, many things. And the beauty of that, it is going to create jobs. So at the present time, the statistic shows that 1 billion are illiterate. So Cash-Waqf can do a lot. Many, many ideas, many innovative ideas can be done. Next, healthcare. 270 million people have no access to healthcare. We need to have waqf medical care, we need to have this one, okay, for the hardcore poor people. And as you can see at the present time, we have this mobile clinic. There is, of course, you need to bring, the wheelchairs, the portable dialysis center, we have it, buy, medical equipment. And as I mentioned, even, for COVID-19, you can finance, the current problem, the vaccine and all this can be done. And as I mentioned, again, it will create, jobs. Not only this, but also it can also help in the agriculture sector, which has been neglected, 925 million people suffer from hunger. Cash-Waqf can do a lot. Movable waqf as well as immovable waqf, because we have many immovable waqf, immovable agriculture waqf. So we need to raise funds through this Cash-Waqf, and we need, to develop this, to cultivate this agriculture waqf land in terms of providing, the irrigation system, providing, tractors, all the agricultural tools. This is very good. And then for countries who doesn't have, enough land, agricultural land, now we saw that are vertical farming. So you can buy huge building and you can convert it into farming. And of course, as we can see, portable trucks selling fruits and vegetables. But we need to create awareness that you can create your cash waqf to reach to these sectors. Okay, and of course, it is going to create jobs for many, for the farmers, for many people. Same, for integrating in the industrial sector. Financing the buildings, various buildings, textile, sugar, cement, fertilizer, household and kitchen, many things, as you can see here. And, because we saw that 340 million are unemployed, so all these types of factories are going to employ people. Not only this, but very sorry to say, all Muslim countries, we become consumers. We are only importing. We are not manufacturing our own needs. We just wait for other developed countries to provide us. And this is very, very bad. So through this cash waqf or through this waqf, inshallah, we can come up with many ideas regarding the industries. There are many different types of manufacturers who is going to employ many people, and this is very, very good. And at the same time, provide us with the needs that we need instead of, the government to borrow through interest, in terms of buying, whatever we would like to consume in the Islamic countries. So this is another area which is untapped area that we need to look at. Then the basic infrastructure, 640 million people live without adequate shelter at the present time. 400 million people have no access to safe water. Why is this happening? And we have a giant social financial institution to provide all these things. It's just a matter for us that we need to revive it. So it can finance many things, it can finance, building, homes, sheltering the refugees, digging wells, providing electricity, providing, transportation facilities, constructing bridges, highways, roads, canals in the rural areas. All these can be done also with the institution of waqf. Okay, but make sure that this one you need to create awareness, starting from schools. Starting from schools, you need to create awareness about the importance of, the social financial institution and the importance of giving. Look at the Quran. You are going to find in many Quranic verses, Allah, He said, infaq, okay, give, infaq. Many Quranic verses carry the word of infaq, which, in a way carry the essence of this waqf. Cash waqf and fintech. At the present time, also we wanted to link, cash waqf with fintech, through crowdfunding, because it is by nature cash waqf is raising fund for the needs, So why don't we make it through fintech? Because number one, because it is going to be very fast, it is going to be very transparent. Many people they can contribute. So many good things can be done through this fintech. So there is this donation-based crowdfunding, which is direct waqf, and donation-based crowdfunding, which is the indirect waqf. Equity crowdfunding through the Islamic contract, and P2P crowdfunding platform. Okay, so this is the first one, donation-based crowdfunding, which is the direct scheme. Keep remember, the moment I say direct scheme, the beneficiary should be idle waqf property. Okay, because why? Whatever you collect, you fundraise, the investor, the donors, you are collecting the money, okay? It will directly go for the development of mosques, schools, hospitals. In this case, what happened to these donors who, we say in this, in the normal case of this crowdfunding, it is investors, but in our model, it is not investors, it is donors. So what are the donors they are going to get? They are going to get continuous reward until the day of judgment. The name of the donor to be included, maybe can be included to motivate them to give more. Be creative, how to motivate them to be included in the website, to show them that they are people who really managed to, with their money, managed to develop these properties, okay? So this is where you can appreciate, the donors, for such a platform. The next one is the donation base with indirect. For this indirect, you need to invest it. It's the same like the direct, but in this case you need to invest it. But the beneficiary in this case, the beneficiary, it shouldn't go for waqaf, either waqaf property to redevelop it. It can go for anything, okay, for the needs in the rural area, or for the needs in your community, or for the needs in your society. For example, rural area digging wells, providing electricity, supporting orphan, feeding the hunger, supporting the refugees. Even in your community, for anything you think that you need to do it, you can do it. The same thing goes for the donors. In this case, they will just get rewards. They are not going to get any benefit, any money from this money, because they just give in terms of giving, like donation. It's like, then this one, the equity crowdfunding. Then here in this case, they can invest through Islamic contract, okay? Whatever type of contract, the trustee of the waqf, they release the land, and this happened, at the present time, whereby investors, they bring, this Islamic contract, and the trustee of waqf release their land for the developer to develop the waqf land into commercial area, malls, residential area, residential tower, office and towers. And I believe we come up with, together with Professor Murat Çizakça, we come up with a book called, financing the idle waqf properties through classical and innovative mode of finance. Most of these finance, they use this waqf, to get, the crowd funding for developing, this waqf. We saw that in this book, we saw that they use istisna, hikr, BLT, BOT, Sukuk al-Musharaka, and Sukuk al-Intifa, okay? In Zamzam Tower, they use Sukuk al-Intifa, and in Benkolin, in Singapore, they use Sukuk al-Musharaka. So this is where, the land can be released to investor for 33 years, for 66 years, or for 99 years. This is the long lease. And only after this, it will return back to the waqf trustee. But in between, within these years, of course, they have to pay to the trustee an amount which has been agreed between both parties, the trustees as well as the investors. Okay, next, P2P crowdfunding. Okay, this one, the lender give, in this case, they are just giving lend. This means in Islam, the only lend loan which is accepted in Islam is al-Qard al-Hasan. In this case, they are going to give al-Qard al-Hasan. And, these are the lender. Okay, through this Cash-Waqf investment, the revenue generated from this one, give as Qard Hasan. Okay, first they have to invest it, and then whatever money is given will be given as Qard Hasan, to start the small business. I just show you how this can be done in Islamic banking, whereby, for tailor, for sewing machine, restaurant, mobile restaurant, fishermen for the boats, nursery, and many, many other things. They can use this also, this platform. Next. Yeah, this is my last slide, I think. Yeah, by this one, I believe that previously, from historical point of view, you are going to see that there are many immovable properties which has been created from historical point of view, and which managed to serve, the Islamic civilization. And I keep remember that now the population is increasing and the land is shrinking. So not many people, they are going to have a building or land to give it as a waqf. Maybe the only thing that they can get only a house to stay in or an apartment to stay in. So can we neglect these people from contributing to creating waqf, whereby they are going to get continuous reward until the day of judgment? No. So that's why I believe that Muslim scholars at the present time, they open the door for creating cash waqf, even with the small amount of money that you can give, you are contributing to waqf, whereby you are going to get continuous reward, inshallah, until the day of judgment. Why they open this door? Because according to the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam hadith, he said, if a person, just give one brick for building a mosque as if he built the whole mosque. So this means the reward for all people who are going to pray in this mosque, the one who just gave one break for building this mosque, he's going to get the reward of all people praying in that mosque until the day of judgment, inshallah. So I believe that through this type of Cash-Waqf, it opened the door for all of us, you know, regardless of rich, middle class, or even the poor people. They can give with this amount of money they can give to seek continuous reward until the day of judgment. Not only this, but this is going to provide, you know, services, continuous services for generation to come, because it is going to be perpetual, inshallah. So I think I finished, and if you have any question, please feel free to ask me. Any question? I don't know, where is the MC? We cannot hear. I think you are muted. I cannot hear.
Hello?
Yeah, I can hear now.
You can hear myself?
Yes, I can hear now.
Okay. Thank you for your great presentation, Professor Ismail. Magda Ismail Abdul Musin. Now, I'm glad to present about the question that we get from the textbook. The first question is comes from Rina Susanti. Her question is, what we need in spreading the spirit of Waqf, especially for families and generally for our local communities. Thank you.
Okay, this one, I believe that, as I mentioned, starting from school, you know, whereby in school you have to come up with a box, saver box, call it Waqf, and you make students give money, okay, and then they will go home and they will tell their mom, can you give me coins, you know, 1 cent, 2 cents, whatever, because I want to contribute for the poor people in my society or in the school. So by this one, number one, you are creating Waqf, number one, for the children. Number two, they will take the idea and inform their parents. Number three, I believe the media. Now, alhamdulillah, through the media, we have different types of media. It's just a matter that, you know, people, they start to talk about similar, like, for example, today's training program. I can see you are putting it in the online, so people, they can see it. And then the most important thing, put it as one of the syllabus. Okay, starting from school, you know, until university. Just to share with you my experience, and I believe that Professor Murat, he knows about that one. I remember, to me, when I was young, we have many awqaf created by our grandparents in Sudan. And this awqaf is idle, unproductive, and we keep telling our mother, why don't you sell it? Because we are going to become very, very rich, because it is in the capital city. And she keeps telling us, you know, it is a waqf, we cannot sell it. Okay, and I remember, to me, it is, you know, nothing. It is nonsense. It doesn't have any value. They have to abolish it. They have to abolish such word called waqf. This is when I was ignorant about waqf. And I remember my first class with Professor Murat Çizakça, while doing my PhD. He said, what is, you know, the impact of waqf, the economic impact of waqf? I remember Prof. Murat, if you recall that, I said, no, it doesn't have any impact, because I saw it in my own eyes in my country. It doesn't have any impact. Then he said, Magda, remember that once you finish this course, your perception about waqf is going to be changed. It's really changed, Prof. Murat, and you really gave me the key, you know, for the whole world of waqf. Thank you, Prof. So this is very, very important. Don't wait until, people go to do their PhD from university, before university, from school. Okay, then university level, and then, of course, university.
Okay, thank you for the answer. We're going to the second question. Second question is come from Fauzia, Islamic University, Malaysia. Her question is, what are the considerations to distribute the profit of Cash-Waqf investment to 10% management, 20% reinvestment, and 70% for beneficiaries? Thank you.
As I mentioned, this percentage, it is not fixed. It depends on the founder of the model that he would like to design it. Number one, for the 10% for the management, of course, they need money. So it could be 10% until 20%. But we believe that the more you are going to keep it between 10 to 15 for the management, that will be good. And there's going to be confidence for people to give more and more. For the 20%, this is to make sure that if there is any devaluation of the currency, at least this 20% is going to maintain the capital of the Cash-Waqf. Okay? And for the 70% for the beneficiary, as I mentioned, it could be 60, it could be 80 also, but not to be 50-50. If it is going to be 50-50, 50 for the beneficiary and 50 for the management, this is not going to be good. And people, they won't, got confidence and trust on this project. Okay?
Okay. Thank you for the answer. And next, we come to the third question. Comes from Ramdhani, University Airlangga, Surabaya. His question is attractive about 10% in direct cash waqf for Mutawali, and I guess it's same question as previous question from Ramadi of Islamic University of Malaya. Maybe we're going to the next question. What is the potential for waqf, cash waqf in Indonesia? Are there any best practice in Indonesia in collecting cash waqf? Maybe it's the question comes from Ramdhani, University of Airlangga, Surabaya.
I saw the mutual fund is very, very good because it provides many, charities for social finance. Charity for for various needs. This is a good, but to create awareness, because I'm teaching at INSEF and I am having many students coming from Indonesia. When I talk to them regarding this model, they don't know. So number one, you need to propagate that model, okay? For everyone, to know this model and to contribute with the minimum amount of money they can contribute as mutual fund, they can do it. Okay, this is number one. The second one, I believe that there is the recent one, which is Waqf link Sukuk, but this one still, it is just has been initiated, but we don't know how successful it is going to be. But they, at the same time, they have to take into consideration what Professor Murat mentioned. Maybe they can link it with Esham, that will be better, and we will see.
Okay, before last, we have two questions anymore. Before, it's come from the question of Nofilia Aisha from Islamic University, Jember. The question is, could you explain how Cash-Waqf can be integrated with Islamic microfinance? Is there just only for Qardul Hasan financing for this Cash-Waqf? Thank you.
You remember the one that I just show you? I show you the indirect Cash-Waqf model, whereby whatever money has been collected, you can invest it in all types of investment. Low risk, low and high risk investment, mudaraba, musharaka, murabaha, whatsoever. This is the first part. But when it comes for the financing, the hardcore poor people, it has to be Qard Hasan. It has to be Qard Hasan. And it has to be very close monitoring, training them, because for these people, they don't have the skills, if they're going to get the money or going to finance them through mudaraba. They don't understand all these things. So better, finance them through Qard Hasan. But as I mentioned, for the capital, you can finance with whatever, low risk investment. Make sure that it is going to be profitable. That will be good.
Okay. It's been just only Khoirul Hasan for contribute in the Cash-Waqf of Islamic microfinance. Okay,
they can, sorry, don't misunderstand me. They can, but this is my idea. Okay, from what I studied and I learned, for the hardcore poor people, better give them Qard Hasan.
Okay. Thank you, Prof. Next question is come from Berliana. Her question is how to mitigate the potential risk of Cash-Waqf. As we know, Cash-Waqf is more liquid. Thank you.
If we are going to look at the investment of this Cash-Waqf, it is going to be a curve, a slope, a curve going up, but like a zigzag. Sometimes it is going up, sometimes it is going down because there is risk of losing. Okay, that's why when we say 20% to go back, for reinvestment, whenever there is this, risk, of loss, this one can help to add. And at the same time, why we are saying the curve should go up, because the model that they are going to create is going to be open. So more donors or more contributors or more founders, they are going to give on daily basis, on weekly basis, on monthly basis, on yearly basis. The money is going in. Even with the small amount of money they are going to contribute, still the money is going to increase. The money of Cash-Waqf will increase.
Okay. For the last question is come from Putri Amalia. Her question is, in the case of direct Cash-Waqf for mosque or masjid or other non-profit generating properties, how do you make profit to ensure the sustainability of Waqf funds?
Excuse me, I didn't understand when you mentioned can you repeat the question, please?
Okay, in the case of direct Cash-Waqf for mosque or other non-profit generating properties, how do you make profit to ensure the sustainability of Waqf fund?
Okay, usually for the masjid, there is no profit. You have to do it. But usually when people, if you read from the historical point of view, when people, they build mosques, immediately they will allocate other property, to generate profit from the rent of this property so that they can spend in the expenditure of the mosque in terms of the imam, in terms of the cleaning, in terms of the electricity, and so forth. So for the masjid, yes, it is not going to generate any profit. But if you are talking about redeveloping, for example, the residential area, you are going to rent it. Yeah, even though it is in a Waqf land, okay, similar to what is happening at the present time, when they, if you are familiar with Siti Aisha Waqf, residential area in Bulu Binang, it was either Waqf property, they come up with building, houses. So now they are renting it, okay?
Okay. Because so sorry to you, Prof. Magda. The time is limit us to this agenda. Maybe. Thank you for your nice and high and great presentation according to direct and indirect microfinance of Cash-Waqf that can be contribute to any sectors, even in education sectors, health sectors, infrastructure sectors, and so on. Thank you. For the last, maybe to Professor Murat Çizakça and also Associate Professor Magda Ismail, and also for all participants for the last agenda, maybe before we going to the master ceremony, we have to photo together for documentation our agenda. Maybe please of whole participant to turn on your camera, please. Okay, we will count. Okay, please smile, all of you. Okay, 1, 2, 3. 2 times again. 1, 2, 3. For the last, we take the picture. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Thank you for the nice training to Professor Murat Çizakça and also Professor Magda Ismail Abdul Musin. Thank you. May Allah bless all of you, inshallah. And we will wait you present in University of Darussalam Gontor. Thank you so much. Assalamu'alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you to Mr. Alfred Ferro as our moderator today. Ladies and gentlemen, we are moving to the next agenda, prayers, which will be delivered by Vice Rector of Cooperation Research Community Services and alumni University of Darussalam Gontor, Al-Ustad Dr.Khoirul Umam, M.Ec.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد كما صليت على سيدنا إبراهيم وعلى آل سيدنا إبراهيم وبارك على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد كما باركت على سيدنا إبراهيم وعلى آل سيدنا إبراهيم في العالمين إنك حميد مجيد ربنا اغفر لنا ولوالدينا وارحمهما كما ربيانا صغارا ربنا أفرغ علينا صبرا وثبت أقدامنا وانصرنا على القوم الكافرين اللهم ارزقنا علما نافعا ورزقا طيبا مباركا وعملا متقبلا ربنا لا تزغ ربنا أفرغ علينا صبرا وثبت أقدامنا وانصرنا على القوم الكافرين اللهم بارك لنا في علمنا اللهم بارك لنا في أعمالنا اللهم بارك لنا في كل أمورنا يا الله يا رب العالمين اللهم ادفع عنا البلاء والوباء والفحشاء والمنكر والمحن والفتن ما ظهر منها وما بطن من بلدنا هذا خاصة ومن بلدان المسلمين عامة إنك على كل شيء قدير ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين.
Respected audiences, on behalf of the host and the committee would like to extend once again our deepest gratitude and appreciation to all of audiences for your support and attention. Our big apologies for any possible mistake and inconveniences over this season. Ladies and gentlemen, let's close our agenda by reciting Alhamdulillah, Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. Thank you. Assalamu'alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.